Welcome everybody back to Aegis Esports GG as the official coverage of the 2025 North American Challengers Qualifiers has arrived. It took a bit to get here, but now we get a sweet March Madness style bracket to figure out our 3 promotion teams into the NACL for the start of 2025. I'm Slayer. I'll be one of your play-by-plays, I guess, today. I'm usually used to saying the main play-by-play, but one of your play-by-plays alongside my good friend Gordo here as you guys get I'm stamping it, the Aegis Esports official double play-by-play broadcast as we kick off these qualifiers, Gordo, with our team to spotlight for today, for this weekend, likely the Gravity side, to see how their run goes.
Yeah, we'll get the patent in there as soon as we can, but you could be the main play-by-play today, Slayer. I'll give you that title if you want it. Absolutely. But yeah, we got some banger matches here. We're going to be following Gravity throughout their entire run here as long as it goes. Going to go past today for certain, but we will certainly see. I mean, it's going to take them out of the running tomorrow if they're able to come away with a 2-0 here. Going to be winner's side bracket today, loser's side bracket tomorrow. But let's intro the squad that is going to be the main focus here on Aegis every chance that we get. It is Gravity Gaming with Alorum, Shimmer, Robbie Bob, Sagewabe, and Al Calamity from top to bottom. What a roster here, Slayer.
What a roster. I mean, obviously you pull from some historical spots. If you talk about really just qualifier legends, I would say, in these solo lanes with Alorum and Robbie Bob, these guys have played at every stage of the qualifiers and then some. And then you look at the rest of the roster filled out with some of the rising youth in this scene. Shimmer is a hot commodity jungler by a lot of regards right now. Obviously, in that Maryville system, we want to talk about the CLOL side. Sagewabe was huge for Polestar in their promotion tournament run just half a year ago now, if I think about it. And then Al Calamity, like you mentioned, Gordo, a new support prospect that, really got a bit of spot in the last qualifiers, but shine in the solo queue ladder. And for a role that is really wide open right now in Tier 3. What a time for Al Calamity to make a staple spot. But the roster on the flip side, unfortunately, not as illustrious as we know with this new bracket with so many teams just straight seeded from solo queue. You get some pretty one-sided matchups. Maybe the squad looking to prove us wrong here with Azuki in the top lane, a Seedle jungle, Void Owl at the mid lane. I don't even know how to ZXYC. I guess we're gonna have to go with a Gary spot, and then Attack Helicopter at support here to match up against Gravity.
Yeah, I am curious here. The notes I have Attack Helicopter and Azuki switched. I do not know if that's accurate or not. And
we're gonna find out.
Let's branch off that, right? Not knowing is part of the battle here, right? It's a 64-team bracket. There's a lot of teams competing here, and historically, if you've been around the OQ space, there's been fewer teams than that who sign up at all, let alone that make it into the event. So there's going to be a lot of new faces here. I think most of them are going to get knocked out over the course of, these first couple of days, maybe a little bit into next week as well. But that's definitely going to make this first weekend really, really interesting. There's going to be some probably blowout games to be found, and Jungle Difference, no disrespect if you're here watching for your boys, they're probably going to be one of those teams. They're going to be, the expectation here should be that it's going to be a decisive Gravity win, but that's exciting for us. It means we're going to get to, I think, really get to see a very pure form of what some of these new rosters look like, right? You're favored in all 5 positions. How do you play the game when you're in that position, when you should be expected to win pretty much no matter what you do? You're going to go to what your preference is, and that's going to give us some insight into what they've been practicing and what they've been emphasizing in the few weeks they've come together as a team.
We'll see. Maybe their most aggressive game plans, right? Because that's usually what we see when you get these matchups, right? You kind of just pick what really early game snowballs a lot of these lanes so you can get the game done and dusted with as soon as possible. And maybe Jungle Difference understand that assignment as we get into this game 1 draft. Take away Callista, right? So maybe just get rid of the most early game bullying bottom laners that Sage Wabe would want to utilize alongside Al Calamity. And then Gravity are just looking to take away a lot of these tank top laners for Alorum, which is interesting. But as we know, Alorum, if you've been watching at any point a Tier 3, Tier 2 level League of Legends over the last 4 years, this guy's champion pool is so wide open. So you really can't ban away from this guy. I kind of like Gravity just taking away champions that they know Alorum doesn't want to play against. But yeah, like you said, Gordo, we're going to get the read on how this Gravity team has understood the meta, because for as much as we want to talk about like champion pools with some of these like really mainstay players, it's a very different game since the last time we saw Robbie Bob play some competitive League of Legends, right? Or Alorum. I would say call back to the ACL is really the last time we've seen those two guys play League, Sage Wabe included, I would say. So we get to really figure out what the read is on the meta, even if it's kind of a diluted playbook, I would say, for a matchup like this.
Yeah, and this is a squad that got a lot of experience together in this last ACL, right? Alorum, Robbie Bob, and Sage Wabe all combining forces on that peak performers roster that did end up finishing up in the top 6. So definitely going to be the kind of squad that has a little bit of pre-baked synergy. The big question is going to be Shimmer and Al Calamity. These are the younger players on the team. These are the newer players to the scene. Shimmer, a player that a lot of people are hyped up on, just got his spot on Maryville University this year. Struggled a little bit on U4 last OQs and didn't even end up coming back for OQ number 2. Did any of that squad. Then you can look over to Al Calamity, the returning Gravity player from Gravity's last run at OQs, but a very, very different roster around him. They've really built up a newer, much more stacked squad around this support player, and they're anticipating a big breakout split here, as I think many people are. I think Al Calamity, one of the big hyped. Yeah, he's not technically a rookie because he's played one other OQ, but I think by most metrics, he's definitely one of the newest players that's going to be competing in OQ this split, at least out of players that are expected to make a potentially deep run.
Then moving back into this draft, do see a pretty aggressive combo coming back from Jungle Difference here. So they're going to get the Zyra Ashe, a ton of crowd control, and just big play potential comes across with these two. You're also, I actually am totally stuck in Come on, man. I'm the LPL guy. Maybe we're pulling from LPL. They love the jungle Zyra, right? So I'm
That's
stuck
true.
in the NA mindset
I think it's going to be jungle Zyra.
Yeah, I'm stuck in the former NA mindset of throwing the Zyra bottom lane. But yeah, so jungle Zyra with the Ashe opens up potential melee AD mid laners. And this is a Gravity special or Lorem special, I would say. The fact that we're getting the Scion game 1 blinded on the first phase of blue side. No matter how old and washed this guy wants to say he is, still has that specialty. And the Cho'Gath is likely going to be the answer to, oh my, are we going to get Shirelia's Cho'Gath? I
think so, dude. I just got to see this on Risen Mythical League a couple days ago. So
man.
It's broken containment. It's everywhere. And it's definitely going to be a really, really powerful pick in this meta when you are willing to go for it. Has really great roaming potential. It is probably going to be up against Robbie Bob's Corki in the mid lane, though. So I expect it to get shoved in pretty frequently. But it's definitely a pick you got to respect, right? It's going to be a little bit of an immovable object in a lot of lanes. I think Corki is one of the ones that could potentially harass it and push it out of lane. A lot of auto attack centric damage and not a lot of capabilities to dodge out on Phosphorus Bomb on that Cho'Gath. But in a lot of lanes, he kind of just sits there. He's immovable up until he gets his Shirelias and his Symbiotic Souls, and then he is racing around the map, making impact wherever he can.
Definitely going to be a lot of chaos, nonetheless. It's spread to solo queue games, even in Pislow. The Shirelia's Cho'Gath is everywhere. So we'll see exactly how that one interacts on the map. For Gravity, though, as we get into the second phase of bans, if you are going to opt for the Corki mid here with the Xin Zhao in the jungle, right? You do, especially now with the Cho'Gath locked in, the Shirelia's Cho'Gath still goes pretty tanky. Really want to see if you can get some AP here. That's why I actually really like this Syndra ban. I don't necessarily think this is a straight up saying, oh, we think you're going to pick Corki bot and send Syndra mid here, but you want to take away some of these AP carries in the bottom lane because Gravity kind of need to plug that in for either Sagewabe or send Corki with Sagewabe. So I'm curious if we're going to see this Corki flex, because there's also a lot of pretty powerful AP mages that Robbie Bob would lean into that would work alongside the Xin Zhao. So we'll have to see on this B4, B5 pick as that Yone does get locked in for jungle difference. I do like that combo. I think Zyra and Yone are a very committed and synergized jungle, mid-jungle combination where you kind of just wait to scale up, hit 3-4 item breakpoints, and your damage numbers are just ludicrous.
Definitely here. So the Yone lock in, likely going to be the other one holding down the solo lanes here. I'm expecting a support on R5 from jungle difference here. Gravity, though, they're going to snap up that Aurora, which is likely then going to be going towards mid lane. That would imply that this is a Sagewabe Corki bottom, and it's going to be paired on up with that Maokai. So definitely a big piece of engaged tools coming on through here for Gravity, and Alistair going to be what rounds things out for JGD as they, I'm going to say that backwards all day long. I'm going to say JDG so many times over the course of this best of 3, which, by the way, if you're coming back, if you only roll up around Aegis for open qualifiers and you haven't been paying attention to some of the announcements, this is a big double elim best of 3 bracket. So every single match going to be a BO3. You got at least 2 shots at Gravity here if you are jungle difference. Let's see what they're going to be able to do. They're certainly leaning onto their jungle as they go for the first pick Zyra and go for their entire draft around it, trying to make sure that this pick composition going to be able to lock folks down and take them down.
Yeah, so, Gordon, I think you kind of alluded to the next point I wanted to make here. Important thing to do is frame how these drafts want to interact on the Rift here, as we do get a nice look at the role assignment. I was curious if we're going to get the Yone or Cho'Gath switch. They both can play either role, but it's going to be Azuki that it does take that Cho'Gath top. I still think it's the Shirelia's route.
Interesting.
Framing these comps, right? Here's my one, bonus point to Gravity versus, con for jungle difference, right? Sagewabe in these fights, if positioned correctly, is going to go virtually untouched and really just ream through jungle difference, because this Maokai pick is here to force jungle difference to think differently about how they're going to get to this Corki, right? Al Calamity's entire job is going to be, all right, I'm marking Void Owl and maybe Azuki running in with that stupid Shirelia's and make sure that Sagewabe is untouched, because this Corki is going to scale so quickly, be such a menace, and unless you're getting sniped out by an Ashe Arrow or just general mispositioning, I think Gravity have designed a comp for Sagewabe to just kind of fly through and be the main hero in this game. And it makes sense, right? When we even go back back to the roster construction, right? You've got Alurum as a true tank top lane player who doesn't need to be a carry, is willing to sack a ton of resources constantly. Shimmer, maybe in a sort of jungle carry role, the Xin Zhao is going to be that, and then Robbie Bob can be that sort of facilitating mid lane player. I'm glad to see that what we expected of Gravity as a roster is already shining through in their game 1 draft of this qualifier.
Absolutely. And now let's take a look here at what's been drafted by Jungle Difference. I actually am more into the Cho'Gath lane swap when you really look at the matchups here. Cho'Gath has always been one of those tanks that's really good laning into other tanks. So whether Azuki's going for that Shirelia's build or not, I think this is going to be a really solid matchup for him. Never going to need to leave the lane and going to get that percentage HP damage off the Vorpal spikes. And it means that he doesn't have to play that melee versus ranged issue up against this Aurora from Robbie Bob. Yes, it's really hard to push Cho'Gath out of lane, but up against something like an Aurora, constantly pumping out damage, constantly layering in those autos for the passive, can definitely get a little bit more dangerous, and you want to just get the Cho'Gath out of there. Use the Yone. He'll be able to have a little bit more mobility tools to get himself out of danger in the mid lane and come in and compete later on.
Yeah, Jungle Difference are really designed for their scaling and their pick potential to kind of just force whatever fight they want. And once again, I'm going to keep preaching it as we get set up to go into Summoner's Rift here. If you looked at this comp from Jungle Difference, you would assume that they're not really that much about the go button, but the Shirelia's Cho'Gath, if you haven't seen it, it just completely changes how this champion and the rest of their comp plays. It's just like a giant, scary Cho'Gath giving his entire team a silver ultimate. So how does that really change a composition? You're going to see Jungle Difference attempt it. The question for me is going to be, can they not fall down behind a couple thousand gold prior to going on for this composition to really fly? We'll have to find out, Gordo, as we are officially live for the first game of the Open Qualifiers for NACL with 3 spots on the line. The road starts here.
Absolutely, Slayer. It's good to be back. We've been gone for a while. It's not the same Swiss format that we've grown to know and love over the last couple of years, but definitely something,
same map.
Some raw appeal for just a big double elim bracket, you know, and you love to see some series play wherever you can get it. So going for the full 5-man bot here, our Jungle Difference. It does not look like they are going to bite on the side of Gravity, instead grouping up towards the top side, camping out in the shrubbery, waiting to see if they're going to be able to find anybody. Let's see. Did not spot out that volley. It looks like Jungle Difference are just going to return back home after not spotting anybody out in their first couple of checks.
You know, you mentioned new format, and if you haven't been playing a ton of League of Legends or watching maybe like CLOL or the higher level leagues, got a different map from when we left it as well. So we're gonna have to watch for the classic things of, I hate calling it this, season 25. It's season 15.
It's season 15. Between us on this stream, it's season 15.
Yeah, it's season 15. All right, cool. We've made the pact. Season 15, you got to track. You know, the feats are still like a supplementary thing, I would say, by a lot of avenues. The main thing is going to be watching is for this Otacon. The funny thing about NA is I'm expecting a lot more of the voracious kind, because I think these games are going to get a lot more bloody. But statistically, in most competitive leagues, you've been seeing a lot more of the voracious Otacon with the revive. We do have a lane swap coming for the little bit of time we still can enjoy them, and it's already creating a bit of trouble for Azuki, but for Lorum, Gordo, this is him just in his element. I mean, he's
I'm surprised at the choice to opt into a lane swap into a Scion, right? Historically, one of those champions that even when lane swapping wasn't popular was a pick that you could do some creative early game lane stuff on because of that passive, because of how difficult it is to actually punish this guy, even in the most unfavorable of lane scenarios. He's just going to go zombie mode. He's going to clear out the wave. You're not going to be able to shut him down. He's going to scale up and be tanky later on. He's going to be the big engage tool that you need with Unstoppable Onslaught. It's just not going to be somewhere where you can really take somebody out of the game. The Cho'Gath, he does just fine in the 2-on-1 as well, though, so I think on net it's probably going to end up being a wash.
Definitely an intriguing strategy from Jungle Difference. Definitely expect some of these teams at the level they are at in this qualifier to try to get a little bit wacky, I would say, with their strategies. Obviously, the Shurelya's Cho'Gath with Hail of Blades is one thing, and now you see the lane swaps coming across. It does at least allow for a Seedle to just kind of power farm through as a Zyra wants to. So already pretty quick on the camp clears compared to Shimmer, just naturally because of the Zyra's kit. Just finished the full clear on the top side. Gonna potentially look to dive this Scion. So these are the correct rotations from Jungle Difference with the map they're being given.
Yeah, let's see how they're going to be able to do in the dive. They're even pulling the wave here, but they're giving Alorum a lot of time to decimating smash the wave, so he should be able to clear it out here. Takes a couple of shots from the Ashe, but the wave's pretty much gone. Now they're taking a couple of extra autos, and the next wave has arrived, so the timing a little unfortunate for them here. It's going to be the dive coming on through. Alorum going to be able to flash back over. Aftershock has expired, and I just don't think this dive is in the cards anymore. Attack Helicopter takes another shot, and Alorum just absorbs the pressure as he always has.
And here's the cleaner dive on the other side of the map. The immediate response across from Gravity. Shimmer picks up first blood onto Azuki with ease. So if there were any way for us to illustrate the skill difference in this matchup, the two dives just showed it at level 4, at minute 4 in the game.
Yeah, that's a tough heads and tails a little bit there. Night and day comparison between the dives going off on either side. Alorum not even really skipping a beat there, and that first blood will end up going through. Donated over to Shimmer, who is going to get that early Tiamat built up on the Xin Zhao.
Yeah, look for Shimmer to itemize as aggressive as possible. Xin Zhao is talked about as a jungler that can fill multiple facets for a team composition, but definitely can carry home a game with disgusting healing and damage overall. And Shimmer also, just to give a bit more credit to the Xin Zhao pick, when you look at what it's playing into as the main sources of damage, that Crescent Guard value, Gordo, is going to be crazy against a Zyra and an Ashe who are just so reliant on that projectile damage source to do any sort of work. So if Shimmer gets ahead, he might just run 1v5 into some of these fights with that ult popped.
Absolutely here. So, with Shimmer already getting that early lead, they're already starting to spot out some of the moves coming in from Attack Helicopter. Calamity making good use of those saplings to scout out where Alistair might be trying to get involved. Doesn't look like that's going to dissuade Attack Helicopter, though. He's going to just rotate around, come back in, but feels like Gravity are aware of what's going on, and they're not going to end up falling victim to it.
Nope, they will not fall for the ploy here. Do have the grubs spawning pretty soon in here. Teleport back in from Alorum. Seedle is right by, immediately going to throw down the graphic roof, but we talked about it. Alorum, these are just tickles, spoils for his win as the weak side king he is.
Oh, round 2.
Go for this dive again. Alorum's lower, does not have flash, but interrupts the headbutt pulverize from Attack Helicopter, the decimating smash, and the Seedle picks up all the aggro, but the shield comes up for Alorum, and he outplays the 1v3 dive. It takes ZYXC with him to the grave.
That's a heartbreaker right there. It was looking good for a bit. They had a Seedle to sitting there to tank some of those extra shots. They were waiting in to get that last little bit of damage, but Soul Furnace is just too strong. Alorum absorbs the pressure again and comes out with a kill for himself, and this might be feats of strength right here, or at least the first one.
Yep, feats of warfare picked up with ease. Shimmer grabs his second kill of the game. Sage Wabe has a commanding farm lead. Just on schedule is the saying going here for Gravity. Exactly what we expected them to get. Do see a Seedle, recognizing Shimmer was on the bot side again, does pick up the first 3 Void Grubs towards those feats of monster slaying, so good recognition to grab that buff trade, but it's the only real win we see so far for Jungle Difference.
Indeed. So, Attack Helicopter making his visit towards mid lane again, really trying to be active on the map, and there's going to be another engage coming forward. They are not willing to let a Seedle farm up in the jungle, but Shimmer going to get knocked up and taken down. First kill of the game for Jungle Difference, but it will be a trade 1-for-1. Calamity, though, realizes he's got to get out of here. Sage Wabe a little bit too low on health. Stranglethorns does connect onto Sage Wabe, nearly going to be enough to take him on down. Calamity going to end up sacrificing himself for the cause, and that's a 2-for-1 in favor of Jungle Difference.
Yeah, this Zyra jungle damage is really balanced, guys. That was a disgusting amount for just a Faded Ashes and a spell book, but really turns that fight back, creates enough chaos with the full Zyra combo. Kind kind of love Sagewabe, though, knowing his absolute limits. I was about to fry this guy for getting caught by a flash grasping route with cleanse and flash up, but he just knew that a Acetal wasn't going to kill him. Attack helicopter didn't have the ignite up to really threaten to kill, and was able to survive. But a lot gained by Acetal off the back of this here. We're going to talk about it constantly, right? This is a 64 team bracket with a ton of players that even veterans of the tier 3 scene like myself and Gordo do not know. So for a lot of these guys, a lot of these teams, it's kind of putting yourself on the map in this qualifier. And in this game one, Acetal has been impressive with his Zyra, picking up that dragon off the back of his double kill, proving to be the main carry here if Jungle Difference want to come away with a big upset.
Absolutely. This is where they put their eggs in the draft, so definitely got to expect for Acetal to be able to hard farm, to be able to be one of these really strong sources of pick power on the team. And so far, getting off to those first 2 kills, a pretty good start here, but the fact that Alorum has absorbed so much pressure, it's given so much freedom to the rest of the map, that is definitely where the downside is showing up at this stage. Gonna have to make good on that in some way or another, making some successful plays elsewhere. That bot lane jungle fight, a good start.
We've unfreaked the lane assignments, so everybody's back to their normal-ish spots. I'd say that, but Sagewabe is actually sprinting top lane, so just wants to get as much solo XP as possible, and I like it. When we talked about in draft, Gravity are putting a lot of their eggs in the Sagewabe basket, and for an early game, as valuable as gold is, most of it kind of comes down to experience lead, and I like that Sagewabe and Gravity recognize that, just getting him as much solo farm as possible. There's no way for Azuki's Cho'Gath at 0-3 to really ever threaten Sage by this point, so he gets to just roam completely free.
Definitely. It does mean that there's been a lot of solo XP given away to both of the marksmen as well. The supports have just been out and about so much this game that neither do have their ultimate yet, but over the wall comes Alcalamity and Shimmer. No Nature's Grasp makes a little bit of a difference here, but Azuki going to have his work cut out for him as the dive does manifest. Shimmer takes 1 shot. Arrow connects on Alcalamity. Double knock up Azuki. Off to a good start here, but he just doesn't have the stats. He's going to drop on down to the backside.
Yeah, if this Cho'Gath was any further ahead, or I guess any less behind than Azuki's is, maybe that dive looks a little bit more wary. Good Ash Arrow. Acetal was close, but that Cho'Gath already just completely shredded. And I'm happy that Azuki's this far behind. Not for the player, but if this is Shirelia's Cho'Gath, we need to exterminate it every time it shows up on the Rift. This qualifiers, and Gravity understood the assignment.
Yeah, I do think it's probably Shirelia's, given the couple of books we've seen picked up here. Does go for the Swifties over the Symbiotic Souls, which is what I've mostly seen taken on the build. But certainly going to be the same root thought anyway. Shimmer launching himself in 1 versus 2, and with the help of the Crescent card, he's just winning it. Gets the backup from Sagewabe and Alcalamity, and it's 2 more kills over to Gravity.
Say it and speak it into the world, Gordo. We just talked about how valuable the Crescent Guard was going to be. Shimmer showing exactly why, fighting the very 2 champions that are so countered by the 1 ability. 4-1 and 2 now. Has the Titanic Hydra done. Stop the monster slaying stacking coming across as well. If Acetal was able to grab all 3 of those grubs, they would have gotten the feat all alone, but instead stalled that one out masterfully. And Gravity are just starting to slowly pick apart this Jungle Difference squad across the map here. Once they get some of these turrets down, it's really just going to open up their ability to play wherever they want.
Yeah, definitely will. 4 grubs was secured for Jungle Difference, so they do have access to the Void Might, but gonna need to get some opportunities to hit turrets for those to really make a big difference. And with the lead that's being built up, feeling like that might end up being a tad on the difficult side. Alorum making his way on up here to stick in his spot in the 1 versus 2. They're very happy to just keep this Scion playing in that disadvantaged state, because they're doing a way better job of punishing Azuki than Jungle Difference is doing of punishing Alorum. Going to be able to clear out this wave, no problemo, and already with the Hollow Radiance completed.
Yeah, already with the Hollow Radiance, and also farming just along the same pace as ZXYC's Ashe. So when your weak side perma 1v2 Scion is keeping up in pure CS against the enemy AD carry, you've had yourself a very good early game. And Shimmer's looking to accelerate that into the mid game, opting for a pick play into attack helicopter, but will just force out that Unbreakable Will. Do like getting that key ultimate out, though, with a dragon spawning in a mere 7 seconds.
Yeah, definitely does help to have something off of the board. Now going to be able to get some knockups on a Void Owl. Shimmer showing off how strong he really is on that one-item power spike on the Xin Zhao. Now going to be full control over this bottom river for the Dragon. 4 members on each team, but like you said, the attack helicopter ultimate being blow, a major issue, and Robbie Bob gets a huge chunk, tries to fish for the kill with Between Worlds. Won't quite get that one off, but that is a Dragon to Gravity for certain.
We'll be there first towards the monster slaying, but Gravity are not playing for that to get them feats of strength here. As you've been watching them, they're just hammering turrets across the board, so look to pick up that one as they do look for a pick onto attack helicopter, who does not have the Unbreakable Will, which means, boy, do they just cut through that Alistair like butter. Sagewabe goes on a killing spree, and like we talked about, Gravity really opening up the map and commanding it as theirs as time passes.
For sure. Underneath the turret, Azuki and Alora in this standoff here. Sagewabe bites off more than he can chew. Acetal setting up a trap behind him. A kill over to him, and Al Calamity with nowhere left to go. Gonna make it a double. 2 more back to JGD.
NACL qualifiers, welcome to maybe a new star. Acetal, the only one really making any plays for jungle difference. I don't really want to know how long he was sitting in that brush, because I gotta think it was like maybe 30 seconds plus, Gordo, but it worked out. Sagewabe and Al Calamity caught out, not expecting a move from jungle difference, something I did not think we'd say this entire series, let alone game number 1.
Now, it's not jungle difference, because Shimmer is also doing quite well and is very strong, but it's definitely jungle making a difference. They're showing up to do something in this game where the lanes have not played out well. They have not gotten the advantages they want out of their lane swaps. They have not gotten really a lead anywhere. But Acetal coming up with big plays to defend his jungle from invades and to trap the side of Gravity if they go for stuff.
Oh no, Knockup City, and the man we were talking about, Acetal, will go down. Crescent Guard pop. Shimmer gonna flash away from the Fate Shield, expertly trying to buy time for the rest of the team to show up, and boy do they in droves. Knockups, damage, all combined into one. An absolute wipe of a first fight for Gravity as they go 4 for nothing.
Love it. All Calamity just gets in there, flashes over the big red buff wall to stand toe-to-toe with his ally Shimmer, and they clean house in that fight with Robbie Bob's damage, looking like they're going to make it. One more.
The unofficial ace, mere seconds off of his attack helicopter already respawned. But it's Gravity starting to really flex their muscles. And keep in mind that entire fight was without their turbo-fed Corki, who has just been silently split pushing on the side lane, nearly at 10 CS a minute, just a hair under that for Sagewabe. So they've knocked out a bunch of tier 2 turrets. Feats of strength has gone by the wayside a while ago, and we are getting close to really breaking this game open once Octagon hits the rift in about 4 minutes. With how much turret action and fighting we've already seen, I would assume that Octagon would have been soon, but that's just how far of a lead Gravity's already gotten. We're not even close to Octagon spawning it, and they are up nearly 10k gold.
Yeah, and by the way, at that 10 CS a minute mark, or, you know, a little bit behind it, Robbie Bob's right there with Sagewabe, doing a great job in the mid lane of continuing to be able to just maintain a little bit of an advantage, and he'll be the first one to hit 2 items, and then you will feel it in these team fights. Had a great performance in that last fight where he was able to really use some of those first little weirding shots to be able to get a huge amount of damage on across the entire squad.
I mean, that's one combo of Robbie Bob, half chunking Void Owl, so Yone not really in a good spot to play. Jungle difference really like leading into these little death brushes. Acetal's once again committing to it, but Robbie Bob is way too wise, is going to chunk through once more. They're now bringing attack helicopter down. They had an Ash arrow set down there as well. It's just everybody fire at Robbie Bob right now, and he will not budge.
Yeah, I mean, hey, there's no wrong choices. There's a lot of shutdowns to be gleaned from this Gravity team with the early game that they've had, and they're going to take one on the bot lane outer turret, securing that objective bounty, getting themselves a little injection of gold, and gold is just what they need at this stage. They've fallen behind across the board just a little too much to be able to contend toe-to-toe.
Oh, Alorum. I was wondering, he threw down his entire combo, but they were playing Ultimate Chicken on the top side, so Alorum said, time to fight, takes up about 17 billion turret shots before his team can show up to to grab that kill. Shimmer not going to get thrown under the turret because Shelly crashes into it first before the aggro resets. And Gravity look up to pick up their second tier 2 turret, and it's going to be Alorem hopping in the Herald to dodge out on the Zyra ultimate, and then flashes over the wall. Expert play from a veteran of the tier 3 scene, live in picture.
I loved it. Love the heads-up move from Alorem there. Hop inside the Herald, try to take her to safety. Didn't work out that time. Luckily, he's tanky enough to just walk his way out anyway. But another incredibly successful fight. You can see Gravity maybe start to play with their food a little bit there. I think if this is, you know, a game against Near Airport or something, and it's to qualify for the league, I don't know that you go for that dive up on the top side. But they feel Alorem is strong. They know they can go for these sorts of plays from this position in the game. And pays off for them. They don't lose any members.
They vanquished all the outside the base turrets as well, as Sagewabe's just made it a mission to knock down turrets alone. Already so far ahead that his Moramana isn't even done, but it's fine by the fact he's already 2.5 items. So that Corki, I mean, just everybody's gonna do damage. There's no need to sugarcoat it on this Gravity comp. They are so far ahead to the fact that we're seeing Alorem really do some damage on those recently nerfed tank items as they grab themselves the first Ocean Soul Drake of the game here. And we'll see how crazy Gravity want to get, right? Looking for these crazy pick plays, because like you mentioned, if they want to settle in, they'll just go for the Octagon that spawns in a minute, especially with Alorem getting a 1v3 treatment on the top side. The arrow does not hit again, and you just do not do damage to the Scion. There is no point even going for him.
Yeah, huge damage there. Robbie Bob coming on up with a kill over on the bottom side. Going to be able to get Azuki off the map, and they will be threatening this inhibitor now. Somebody's got to be able to get back here, or you're just going to lose the whole darn bot lane in its entirety. But
bye-bye.
Are they going to be able to get back here in time? It's so far just attack helicopter. He's not going to be able to stop it. TP towards mid, coming in for the flank. Void Owl.
Here he goes. Has his full kit available. Flash as well. Looking for Sagewabe. There's the fake seal. Is going to land onto the Corki. In goes attack helicopter as well. But Sagewabe stays safe. The Ash couldn't get close enough. And the damage.
Robbie!
Cornered and soon to be cornered by Robbie Bob and co. Flashes galore will not save you, jungle difference. Here comes Gravity to run you through. And we might not need Baron. We might not need Otacon. Just good old-fashioned minions and some brawling for Gravity to take themselves a lead in this best of 3.
Robbie Bob breaking ankles in game 1 of the 2025 qualifiers. Back and forth throughout the Between Worlds. It takes down the entire jungle difference squad. Game number 1, 20 minutes, 30 seconds. Gravity going to kick off their first series 1-0.
Exactly what we wanted to see from a squad that is in contention for one of those 3 fateful spots into the NACL. Just under 21 minutes, go up 1-0 in their first best of 3.
Absolutely, and yet we said this was going to be an opportunity to see Gravity in a vacuum, right? What do they look like when they're favored in virtually every position, and what do they look like when they get to draft pretty much whatever they want coming in as far as style goes? And the answer seems to be they're playing towards Sagewabe. They put Alorem on weak side, as we would expect. He's on the Scion, but he's the one who ends up really, I think, being the star of that game number 1, absorbing so much pressure. He has been dove so many times in such a long League of Legends career. He knows the ins and outs better than you do, and he showed it in this game.
No doubt, indeed. And how about the young new additions to this Gravity roster as well, right? When you talk about Shimmer, really highly touted jungle prospect. There's a reason why Maryville wanted him. They've been sculpting him in their, in-house scrims, likely over these last couple of months, and does not miss a beat. And for me, Gordo, has that confidence you want out of your jungle player, especially when they have a champion pool like Shimmer's. Just be aggressive as ever, when you're at this point in the tournament, playing like you're the best player on the Rift, because you are the best player on the Rift, de facto, by no shortage of mine. So Shimmer just comes out, slams home the best damage numbers, 9-1-11 on the Xin Zhao. I expect him to lock in another carry jungler next game and try and do just the exact same thing.
I think that's very, very likely here. So with that, they will get a short little break before they get into their next draft, and we're going to take that break along with them. But we will be back in just a couple of minutes to check out game number 2 between Gravity and Jungle Difference.
Back in action here live as we follow Gravity's route through the NACL qualifiers of 2025 with 3 spots on the line directly into Tier 2. We started out game number 1 with Gravity handling business pre-21 minutes, and they'll look to speed run their first matchup here as we get into game 2 draft with, as you can see below, if you're not used to the new worldwide phenomenon Fearless, I believe that's what we're still doing. So all the champions below are taken away from this second matchup of the best of 3.
Definitely. So going to get to see a little bit more of what both of these teams have to offer us, and let's see what the draft is going to end up looking like. I think the early first pick of the jungle from Jungle Difference wasn't too big of a surprise to end up seeing, and
on brand, yeah.
ended up performing pretty solidly. So no Zyra on the table this time, but maybe we'll get to see a little bit more of that. They're really going to look to emphasize the jungle in their matchups, and maybe they can get some winning lanes to be able to try to buff one up and see if they can make something happen in the early stages.
Yeah, we kind of shouted it out a couple of times in that game 1 and before we got on here with some of these newer Tier 3 rosters. Like, a lot of their goal is kind of just cement themselves. Like, it's a weird backwards logic, right, Gordo? Because the qualifier is here for players to earn their spot in Tier 2. But I feel like for a lot of these teams in the qualifier, they are looking to earn themselves a spot on a future qualifier roster or like a future Tier 3 like high, like an ACL type league, right, to earn their spot in there. And that's why I think like this Jungle Difference team is. That's likely why they came in to compete at this level. And a guy like Acetal had some good plays, definitely caught Gravity out when they weren't expecting it. We are running through this game 2 draft though with Azir, Varus, and Pantheon. I like the Pantheon shout out. One of the most inflated champions from the new season switch has been Pantheon. Like, this guy is such a powerful champion in a couple of spots now because of not even tweaking Pantheon, just how they've tweaked a bunch of things around Pantheon with the Ezreal lock incoming B1 for Jungle Difference.
Yeah, I like the Ezreal here. I think it really gives Attack Helicopter the opportunity to roam around the map more. That was how he was playing game number 1 from start to finish, trying to move around, trying to have impact in mid lane, trying to have impact in top lane. So Ezreal, you can't do much better than that for an AD carry to be playing at presumably at some points in the 1 versus 2 to be able to stay alive. So going for another long-range option, another very safe and secure option.
Oh boy.
That's going to get responded to, though, by Sagewave on the Kai'Sa.
Oh boy, and the Nautilus too. So maybe we won't see Gravity for. Well, Gravity didn't force lane swap. I don't think Gravity cares to lane swap because they feel like every single lane they can kind of just stomp. And this is a draft to show it, right? So this is a classic bottom lane matchup. It's the full dive potential single target out nuke that you can drop between Kai'Sa and Nautilus, and on the other side, it's the Ezreal Karma poke lane. And I have to say, right? Well, again, these are teams and players that we are not very familiar with. Jungle Difference as a roster is composed of, I believe, 4 current Master players and a Diamond player, a high Diamond player in the solo queue ladder. They're drafting pretty well on the comp stage. I like it. A classic bottom lane pairing and a Volley Bear that you have flexibility with, and is pretty potent in the jungle as well.
Definitely. Alorum, still, he's really leaning into this identity for himself. He just snatches up the Shen. Maybe not a pick that we get to see too much of, but he'll be plenty happy to snap it up for him and make sure that, hey, you know what? If we lane swap, you're going to be fine. If you don't lane swap, you're going to be fine as well. Scale up, be impactful later, know where to be, know how to frontline. That is a big boon to Gravity that they're going to have throughout this entire tournament with Alorum in the top lane.
Hey, Gordo, all I'm saying is the LPL had its first jungle Shen in 4 years over the last weekend. So maybe NA's just picking up from the LPL here, and we'll actually see the Shimmer jungle. Oh, we are going to... I called it. It is Shimmer jungle. It's Shen jungle.
Yeah, I mean... Look, the El Calamity support orange ship has sailed, so it's definitely going to be Shen jungle for Shimmer, going for a submersible strat here. I'd love to see some kind of mid with some stealth to be had on it. There's the Singed. This isn't a joke. The Singed is real. There's people are playing Singed again. There's been some Singed in some scrims in and around the tier 3 space. It's a pick you can go for. Okay,
jungle
I don't know. I don't know jungle difference.
You so much credit.
I was going to bat for you guys on the Singe. The Nefiri means I think I gotta let this one go. I think we're having fun now.
I wasn't batting for the Singe, for the record. I was batting for the first 3 picks, and then you've done this. So yeah, okay, dude. Our Gravity have been watching LPL. Okay, let's have a conversation about that. Gravity have been watching LPL. That is a Rise for Robbie Bob and a Shen jungle for Shimmer. I mean, those are 2 LPL picks. I haven't seen it in any other region but the LPL. Gravity took a page out of one of the best leagues in the world for a reason, and they've got themselves a pretty potent frontline draft where it's Robbie Bob that's really going to get to be the hero here. I know we have a Kaisa that's going to fly in, but this is so much frontline peel to allow Robbie Bob to just scale to infinity on a Rise and cook this entire team. I don't really think we're going to get to see the full-fledged scaling Rise if the game goes the way it did the last one, but you could see the composition for Gravity, and then jungle difference. It's just chaos. Like I don't really know what to make of this top side. I don't even want to really think about this top side.
Yeah, I mean, look. So the Gravity comp, Rise definitely an LPL pick right now, but it's also a Robbie Bob pick historically. Robbie's been playing this one for forever, since way back in the day. Has had some of his best historic performances on that Rise. I believe some C-level victories involved Rise in there somewhere. Don't quote me on that, but you got a good bet that it's going to end up being true here. And as you said, primary DPS on this team comp alongside Sagewabe. These two are going to be the ones dealing all the damage, and they're going to have all the front line in the world to make sure that they are able to move forward with it. JGD, I don't know how many more options they have than to just go forward. They started with the poke bot lane, but now they finished out with Volibear, Nefiri, and Singed, so they're almost certainly going to just have no choice but to just keep running face forward into Gravity and taking a lot of damage from this Kaisa Rise duo.
Yeah, this is a weird spot where a Kaisa gets to operate in a composition where it's not imperative that you dive forward at some point and like nuke out a backline target. Like Ezreal, very good at a lot of things you already outlined, Gordo, like self-sustain in the solo lane if he just needs to farm under turret safely, has consistent damage once scaling up, and likes to front to back, but doesn't have like a big burst until is really deep in his items. So if you're Sagewabe, like you're in a rare spot where on Kaisa you get to have the game come to you. And like you mentioned, I think the Shen jungle pick, it now gets so much more value because it adds just such a high level of interference for Gravity. Like this Nefiri is not going to ever get to dash onto the Rise. The Volibear has to go over top. The Cinch is not going to be able to get to this Rise. Like, it's so hard for jungle difference to come out with fight wins in traditional 5v5 settings unless you're flanking Gravity, which if this team is flanking Gravity, then we can stop talking about them making it to the NACL.
So certainly you aren't trying to lane swap here if you're jungle difference.
Ideally,
I know they lane swapped in game number 1, but surely this Singed is meant to be making Ornn's life difficult as you just run around and clear out waves. And maybe even start proxying and having some impact around the map later on. You know, probably fundamentally a similar idea to what they had on the Cho'Gath that they went with the Shurelya's build in game number 1. Just didn't really get the chance to do it because you got dove and killed so many times, and by the time you even had an item completed, your chances of killing anybody were pretty close to 0. Presumably the game plan here is pretty similar, but I don't think you want to lane swap this guy. I think you want to be playing one-on-one with Alorum. I guess we'll find out how Jungle Difference feels like they want to play, though.
And even taking out the top lane discussion of the lane swap, I would assume that the Ezreal Karma lane would want to play the 2v2 into Kai'Sa Nautilus, right? Like, that is early, like a not fun time for Kai'Sa, who is low range against double range, that is low range against 2 double range or ranged enemy champions, right? Like the Karma and the Ezreal outrange Kai'Sa. And the Nautilus is in a pretty similar boat, so they should be able to take control of the early lane and get a push going. I hope there isn't a lane swap. That's the point here. There should not be a lane swap for this Jungle Difference squad. And maybe it's actually the game Gravity do force a lane swap. We'll have to see here, because that does buy a lot better space for Kai'Sa. And the point we've been nailing home so much further is that what makes Gravity one of the most unique teams in this, honestly, entire field, is that Alorum might be the best weak side top lane player in this pool, besides guys like Philip they're playing for like Citadel. I don't think there's anybody that can weak side when Alorum is in his form like this guy can.
Absolutely here. So does appear that this is going to be another Alorum weak side game, and it's going to be probably another game where Shimmer feels the need to path towards Sagewabe and get them into an aggressive position. I do think there's going to be some fun shenanigans to be had with the Kai'Sa Shen duo here, using Killer Instinct to reposition where the Shen is going to end up back in. I really hope that we get some sick highlights out of that somewhere along this game. I'm still struggling to wrap my mind around picking Nefiri into a known Shen composition. It's just going to be a really tough ask for Void Owl. He needs to be able to get ahead in the early game to be able to be effective on this kind of assassin, and doing that to Robbie Bob Rise, it's a tough ask.
I'm going to sound like the negative Nancy again here, Gordo, but Nefiri's another champion that I just think is a terrible design champion that I don't want to see succeed in the competitive stage. So I unfortunately am like rooting against another Jungle Difference pick just for like my own opinions on the game. I struggle to find for mental health, right? I struggle to think of a champion that is more bland design than Nefiri.
Yeah, this is my emotional support champion to hate on.
It is. I think it, I mean, like, it has a telegraph dash, and then you kind of just face roll the rest of your combo. Your ultimate really just gives you extra, so dogs, gives you extra damage and gives you extra move speed. But this champion is literally about using a point and click dash, not a skill based dash. There is a skill based dash, but there's the point and click dash, and then just face rolling your keyboard and hoping you killed somebody. Like there's nothing fun about this champion. I'm sorry, Void Owl, but hey, maybe you'll shut me up in this game. I don't think it'll happen, but
I don't think it will happen either. But I don't know what to expect coming into this game anymore. We got Singed, Nefiri, and Shen Jungle all in the same draft. It wasn't something I was really gearing up for when I started getting ready for the 2025 season, and now we are on our way to loading on in. And we're going to get to see them all in one game of comp. Gravity, a win here will move them on to the next phase of the bracket, where they will be playing up against Fisher College. We already know the result of that game, as they were able to win their first round via an FF. So we might be into a second series here pretty quickly. I know it's crazy to even talk about coming into game number 2, but if Gravity reprise what they showed us in game number 1, that's almost certain what we're going to see.
And for Gravity, a team that is maybe not a lot, if except the Gravity Truthers picked to grab one of those NACL spots. It is definitely an agreed upon statement that we can at least see how this team could make it to the NACL. For them, it's got to be business as usual early on in this gauntlet of a bracket, as we do get live on to this game 2 map. And we'll see if we get any of those lane swap shenanigans coming across here. So far, it looks like a pretty classic fan start, except for it is going to be actually Gravity forcing what I like to call the Australian lane assignments as the top lanes go down under. So we'll have the top laners, or oh no, I'm getting completely switched up.
We're getting swapped.
We're getting swapped. It's a swap. I'm trolling.
That's all right. That's all right. There's still time for things to change as well, but it does appear to be a swap. It does look like Gravity are going to be the ones initiating it this time. They don't want to have to deal with whatever this Singed is going to do, and Singed is going to really struggle to go with the game plan of walking past you and starting to spray poison on the wave if you're up against two people, and one of them is Nautilus. So Sagaweb and Calamity about to make Azuki's life pretty difficult, about to show one of several reasons why people don't really play Singed anymore.
He's just on a ward.
Yeah.
We'll see. I mean,
yeah.
There isn't a ton of kills. I think Alclair is playing this perfectly. He's just holding Dredge Line forever. Like, the threat of the Dredge Line is keeping Azuki completely cornered.
Yeah. Well, you know, I mean, sometimes... Listen, being blessed with prophecy, it's a blessing and a curse sometimes, but that's just what Singed is like in comps sometimes, and I'm going to be honest, I don't think that's the last time we're going to see that happen to Azuki. I don't think he has really a game plan on this Singed in the 1v2 beyond trying to make a proxy like that work, and Calamity and Sagewabe, they've done their homework. They know what the answer is going to be.
Sagewabe may actually be bringing the I'm playing a farming sim meme to life with this series. The way this guy's just going to be kind of left to catch wave after wave. Here goes Azuki again. This time the proxy should work for a little bit longer. I don't think Sagewabe or Calamity will really want to sacrifice waves this early into the XP cycle to chase him again, like play around to his hands. Maybe we'll see Shimmer dive in once he clears top down bot to top, but we do see Void Owl getting some good traits into Robbie Bob. Remember, these champions are complete opposites when it comes to their power spiking. Like, Nefiri is annoying from the jump and gets less annoying, and the Rise just becomes, well, what you all know Doinby for, so.
For sure. And, you know, did get in a moment there with, it's an execute, he did it!
Worth.
Hold on there. You get the wave, you get the die to turret. Alorum has no CS, so having a lot more success shutting him down than they did on the Scion in game number 1. And that does, yeah, that's a pretty solid start with how this lane swap's paying off for them. First blood aside.
I want to give more credit to Gravity again for this draft now that I, see these lanes coming across. The Rise pick, as much as we talked about it being a Robbie Bob pick, bringing up other regions and how much they favored the Rise on recent patches, I like it purely for the fact that it just allows you to cut down a lot of the Nefiri dogs, right? You can just burn through them with EQ combos, as we see Shimmer's Hail of Blade Shen burning through Azuki's health bar. Wonder if Shimmer will just go for the dive here with Flash up, or wait for his team.
Definitely. Oh, ooh, Azuki slowed up there as Shimmer does manage to get the pull through on the Spirit Blade. Underneath the turret, though, burning up a little bit. Needs somebody else to tank those minions, but he will be able to walk away. That is a second kill on towards Gravity, a third death for Azuki's Singed, and they're going to get some turret plates off of this as well.
Right on schedule Azuki is to his death total early game from last time round. No, I just kid. This is what happens when Shimmer marks you for just dismay in both games. Do get to see Alorum teleport in and catch some valuable CS of his own, as we will get the Australian lane assignments, as I like to call it.
Yeah, I mean, they need this.
Shift to the top side. Yeah, they have to.
Yeah. At some point, attack helicopter flashing in, trying to get the root on what he sees as a manaless Sagewabe. Will they be able to get out of here in time? Full sending it here is the Ezreal, trying to melt down Calamity. One more auto will do it, and they pick up a kill. 2 versus 2. They get some regular lanes for 30 seconds, and jungle difference is showing up.
They might dive Sagewabe too, who does not have flash, just has the barrier, cancels the recall. So Acetal might set up for it here. There's still a lot of time, but they can just kind of keep forcing the back to stop. Calamity is running from base here to try and get back towards his AD carry, but I think they're going to be a little bit too late. The wave's coming in here. Sagewabe has to buy more time.
Show us what you got, brother. Slowed on up, snared up underneath that detonating spirit flare, and it's another kill over to Jungle Difference. They tie it up and they take the gold lead.
They have the gold lead. Well, there we go, Jungle Difference. I think Shimmer hurt us, though, as he is trying to punish them for the predict. Hook comes across from Calamity, sets up the taunt, and there goes the gold lead. Robbie teleports in with the Realm Warp as well to shut down ZXYC, and just as quickly as the door opened for Jungle Difference, it's kicked back in by the top side of Gravity.
Yeah, there's 5 people on this team. They're definitely going to be looking for a response to that 2v2 kill. I love the aggressive call, though, by Attack Helicopter. Sees a Manaless Kaisa and says, you know what? Let's send it. I mean, we got Ezreal coming back from base. Everything's up. We can run these guys down, and they come up with a big injection of gold into their Ezreal for it. ZXYC now going to be the player to keep an eye on if Jungle Difference is going to be able to find a way to be competitive in this game number 2.
And speaking of ZXYC, as the Ezreal aficionado I like to claim myself as, want to give credit for this rune choice that I didn't recognize earlier on. I apologize, but this is the new Ezreal tech that's been flying in to Summoner's Rift here, the lethal tempo Ezreal, to try and just min-max as many autos and raw damage you can get out in the team fight. And what a perfect comp to pick it into, Gordo. As we talked about, nobody except Robbie really can match this Ezreal's range, and you're going to be slamming into 3 tanks on the front line. You're going to get a ton of value out of this lethal tempo the longer fights go on.
You absolutely are, and going to be likely able to keep yourself safe for long enough to really be able to use it on this Ezreal. If you aren't, well, then the fight's already over one way or the other. So really indexing into playing the game according to plan. Shimmer's found Azuki, and oh boy, I mean, Shimmer does enough damage on his own. Cole, the Forge God coming through, manages to avoid it, but I hate to break it to you, Azuki, you are sprinting right towards Robbie Bob.
Oh, no, he's not. A double back. Shimmer knows. Yep, all right, Shimmer knows. Okay, yep. Azuki, I think, is trying to buy time for the execute, but 15 seconds is a lot longer than you think, and there's Shimmer to reallocate it, set it back over. How much time can you stall, Azuki? Because you're giving Robbie Ball a kill one way or another.
Yeah, I want to see a Dark Seal out of Robbie or somebody to really take advantage here, but look at this time.
Naafiri flying on in onto Sagewabe. They get 1, they get 2. The Naafiri double kill from Void Owl. Those are the cleaner dives we did not see in game number 1 from Jungle Difference.
Sagewabe and Calamity looking a little punished by Jungle Difference in game number 2. Really finding some of those weaknesses in the armor and attacking them again and again. This time it's 2 assists over to the Ezreal, but that's because Void Owl just got himself rolling.
Oh, I caused this. This is my fault. No, I'm kidding. But that is,
you hate it too hard, and her heart grew 10 sizes. She's ready to take the feet now.
I mean, that's what Naafiri's good at, right? I can call the chip design boring. I can call and make fun of the systems that Naafiri uses to succeed, but Naafiri is just a raw damage output champion that face rolls onto targets and blows up their health bar. And with that dive, setting Void Owl up to just do that. You can see what Naafiri is good for now. And the Eclipse is done. Void Owl, depending on the skill matchup, can be a threat in these side lanes to kind of just blow anybody up between Robbie Bob and Sagewabe, especially. Robbie Bob can outplay the matchup, but you've got some serious damage threats for Jungle Difference online early in this one.
Yeah, slowing up Alorum underneath the turret, but not really able to threaten the Ornn at this stage. And we're going to have a second round of oh, actually, never mind. That's the bug on the Grubs timer. It's a ways away until we're gonna get some more Grubs. But Void Owl gonna get spotted by Shimmer here. Robbie gonna be able to come in for the backup. He does have access to his flash. If Void Owl tries to take this fight too far, he will find himself punished. So gonna have to back away.
Good recognition of Shimmer, seeing that the bottom lane from Jungle Difference had gone off vision, so had to be wary that they could just be waiting on the other side of that river to back up Void Owl. Won't commit too hard there. They're just trying to get as many waves shoved in as they can for Robbie, who is building a pretty confident CS lead. And while we didn't really feel like the game would get late enough for the Rise's items to come online, the way this early game has gone, I think Jungle Difference have more time on the Rift, and that's just allowing Robbie to scale up more and more. As a wave after wave pours into his kit. He should have that row completed on his next back, I believe.
Yeah, this is going to be a longer game. Game number 1. I'll go that far. I mean, game number one over in 20 minutes and 30 seconds. This is looking a lot closer so far. Calamity gonna get it started though. Shimmer coming in on the flank, but he's a little bit early to this. Robbie arrives, gonna be able to snare up onto Aceto, looking to finish him off. A flash forward from Sagewabe, can't actually find the kill. Calamity getting melted down. Void Owl, first kill of the fight to jungle difference, and Gravity cannot compete. They do not come up with anything. They flash forward, looking for the re-engage. A snare up from Robbie Bob, a knock up from Alorum, and 2 kills come back. Gravity turning it back around for their side, and Azuki left with nothing to do.
Gravity stunned until their loyal top lane captain flies in and calms everybody down. Robbie and Alorum, the rocks of this roster, reshuffle in for Gravity. Now they can take the grubs and look for more here with Shimmer, able to block a ton of the damage from ZXYC, burn through Aceto's health bar, and the faded Ezreal now having to flash dash his way to safety, but the Realm Warp's going to corner him in and send him back towards the herd. Dredge slide to the face, down goes the Ezreal, and right when we thought Gravity were starting to slip, they regain their tempo and their balance and take themselves a fight win.
Tag Helicopter, you gotta let it go, friend. It's not gonna happen here. It's already over. They've gotten their recalls off. Alorum dueling with Azuki, just feeling himself after a strong performance across 2 games here. Alorum still deathless, I do believe. And that is the fight that breaks this open for Gravity a little bit. He got about 30% into that fight, feeling like JGD were really going to be able to keep this going, but a massive re-engage from Robbie Bob turns it back into a successful state.
As good as that play was to find that pick on his, with the Neferi from Void Owl, they did expend a lot to kill a Nautilus at the end of the day, right? So you got to take that pick. You know, veteran teams recognize to sort of take that pick, back off, reset around the grubs, and try and use your man advantage. But you could see maybe a little bit of the inexperience from a team like Jungle Difference, kind of just waiting to see if they could force a further fight. And 1 inch can turn into a mile against a guy like Robbie Bob, who just routinely has feasted on whatever tier 3 is put in front of him.
Absolutely here. Azuki coming in through Tribrush, still looking to keep a proxy game going. And with Shimmer on the bottom side, shouldn't have any problems actually being able to keep that going this time around. Instead, their focus is on towards Void Owl on the Neferi. Want to make sure that this dog doesn't keep rolling and getting stronger and stronger as the game does go on. Don't want to let him find any picks. Don't want to let Void Owl stay in the game for any longer than he has to. It does seem like they'll be able to move over to this dragon, and with superior numbers, it's going over to Gravity.
I've been able to keep track too well of the monster, not the monster slaying, just general feats. If I'm not mistaken, I believe there was actually Jungle Difference that were able to grab the feats of warfare. So yeah, thank you, our lovely producers informed me. So feats of warfare actually went over to Jungle Difference. The monster slaying still to be determined. So the boots upgrade conversation is still one to be had, but NA RAM is happening live in as everybody's stacked up under that tier 1 turret for Jungle Difference, and that is not wise against a Shen, and they don't luckily pay for it.
Yeah, Shimmer not quite able to reach with that Shadow Dash, but definitely a big engage threat if he had Flash Up or anything like that. Not going to return to defending here, our Calamity and Sagewabe, but it looks like Aceto has got another dive on the mind. Already half HP for Sagewabe.
Void Owl trying to fight up against Robbie Bob, who is pretty takey and a level up. Jungle Difference though going to push the tempo towards that mid lane. Calamity and Sagewabe have to sack the mid tier 1 turret, but Alorum is teleporting in, and Azuki has lost his mini wave. Ornhorde coming down. It's Alorum again, trying to push the tempo here for Gravity. Shimmer has spun it out one off to the side. It's Aceto that's taunted, rooted, has to use the Stormbringer to create some distance, but the Dredge line from Calamity is online right when needed. Sagewabe goes on a killing spree, and Gravity have themselves another pick found.
Gravity find the opportunity, TP in Alorum, and pull the trigger. Shimmer coming in from the flank allows them to lock down Aceto and pick up another kill on towards that potential carry jungler, the potential diff in the jungle that this team's relying on. And they are able to come up with a further gold lead, a little over 3K in the lead for this Gravity squad.
Got the bounties aplenty across that roster as well. And they'll look to kind of just play for what the map gives them by this point. Still waiting for a couple of big item breakpoints, I would say, right? The Kaisa, usually doesn't spike on first item too hard. Robbie Bomb on the rise wants to get what I believe will be an eventual Seraphs in that secondary position so that he can just continually farm out these combos. And obviously, you want to wait for levels and tanky items on your Shen and your Ornn especially. So I still think this game will stall out somewhat because there isn't as much punch in the Gravity comp compared to game one, but they are strong enough by this point to start just knocking down turrets and really playing the map well, especially if they're able to just continuously force flashes out of these side laners for jungle difference.
Yeah, All Calamity holding strong inside of the river, looking for a potential angle to get in on towards attack helicopter, but should certainly at least be able to get some vision control here for the upcoming Rift Herald combat. Rift Herald is up and available, and Shimmer is waiting for a dive onto Azuki here. Looks like he should be able to find it. I mean, there's just no backup for this Singed.
And there's backup coming for Gravity as well, but Lorum says, nah, I'm just gonna take this solo kill here. Shimmer virtually kill steals it, just to earn the
Stolen with Bammy Cinder.
That's the world we live in, but that's what Alorum wants. He's here to play for his team nonetheless. The swing up from Sagawabe and All Calamity does give Jungle Difference a good window that they capitalize to knock down the tier 1 turret. Robbie is off to the side. Killer Instinct forward attack helicopter is far too low on this Enchanter Karma and burn through. Depth charge down onto a Acetal. Good use there, the Stormbringer, to interrupt the knockup. And they do have Void Owl here, who does look to drop the Neferi ultimate. Looks to the turn here. Robbie Bob having to flash back to create some space, but Shimmer has showed up to create that makeshift front line once more. Sagawabe and Robbie Bob trying to churn out auto after auto, throw down those combos with ZXYC.
ZXYC
with the true shots off to the side. Acetal's finally going to drop here, but the damage dealers for Jungle Difference are starting to come through. Void Owl shuts down Robbie Bob, and ZXYC is untouched off to the side. Shimmer does not win this 1v1 with Void Owl. He needs help, but the rest of Gravity have to leave him. Another shutdown goes over to Void Owl. ZXYC fly under the turret for another, but the dredge line shuts him down. Sagawabe gets one back, but it's Jungle Difference again putting up a fight.
ZXYC with a sick fight, but he gets a little big for his britches at the end. A massive play, though, launching himself into the back end, keeping himself safe in that tri-brush until the fight was too committed to for them to be able to pivot onto him. He dishes out so much damage on the back end, handles Sagawabe, forces him out of the fight, creates the space for Void Owl to be able to come up with two. That's a one fight for Jungle Difference. They take it 4-on-4 fair and square.
No, the Neferi's working. Why? I'm actually not disappointed. I'm happy that this is the game we're getting, but this is a 5-1 Neferi now. Serpent's Fang is done to really nullify that Shen. I love that purchase. Really impressed what we're seeing from this Jungle Difference squad. Like we talked about, there's a group of master players that myself and Gordo were completely unfamiliar with, and well, I am going to ego check a little bit here. If Mimir or Gordo don't know who you are in tier 3, I think that's a pretty hard bar to clear.
Absolutely. Azuki versus Alorum is funny every time I look at it. This Singe has been so completely shut out of the game. It's just not happening for Azuki here, but the rest of the squad making it happen. That was I got a little nervous there, but Shimmer, quick on the smite finger, does secure the second dragon of the game, and that will be the feats. I think that was their third objective, so given those enhanced boots over to Gravity.
Gravity have had feats for a hot minute.
Well,
it sounds like, but hey.
Well, that would have been the objectives. I think they got 3 kills and first turret, so they've had them for a bit, but good to go 3 for 3, even if it doesn't matter.
Still dragon stacking nonetheless, and it is important for all the couple of fight wins Jungle Difference are finding. This is still Gravity's game to lose. A lot more control over a lot of spots on the map right now. And they're having those item breakpoints that we were talking about. Thimblewinter is almost done for Alorum, so this Ornn is going to take negative damage against Azuki at this point in the game, and then will scale up soon. The Ornn augmentations are going to come through by this point, and then Robbie Bob is done with the Seraphs already. You've got the Rage Blade done for Sagawabe, so this is item-wise where Gravity, as fun as the fights have been from Jungle Difference, I think they're just going to be able to start wiping the forefront to backing with these.
Definitely. So, standing off in mid lane, 3 members up towards the top. Void Owl going to have to watch out for a potential engage from the likes of All Calamity with that Hex Flash. It does look like Gravity have put down their flag up top here. Otacon in their minds. Although that Rift Herald, yeah, good call here from NACL, going to be able to force them to get back over here and defend the inner turret, but inside track over to Jungle Diff.
This is still a win because, yeah, you're pulling Gravity out of their bunker, so to speak, right? And it does set up for an Alorum flank, though. They're going to teleport back. Alorum is kind of left on his own. They are going to sacrifice Suzuki, but that Shinj was already pretty far behind. Can Jungle Difference get to jump onto Alorum? Blast Cone says no, and he will be able to cut down the space here and give Gravity that man advantage, but I believe, did that end up costing the... Oh, no, that was a tier 1 on the bot side.
Whoa!
Oh, no, here we go.
Looking for a little bit more. Void Owl coming in with the backup. Does throw down that ultimate to be able to get enough damage to burst through Sage Wabe. Shen ultimate trying to keep Sage standing. ZXYC doing his best to be able to pump out the damage on the side, but the shield will be able to keep Sage Wabe standing. A 3-man knockup from Alorum. Going to be able to hold him in place. Sage Wabe goes dominating as he cuts through 1, make it 2 of the Jungle Difference carries. And a fight win for Gravity is manufactured off the backside.
It was looking dicey again, but who do you call if you're Gravity? But your top lane leader, your veteran guy on the roster, Alorum, to calm the nerves and reset the fight. He gets that 3-man knockup, gives just enough space for the low health Robbie Bob and Sage Wabe to get close enough to that melee Nefiri, and there was just too much crowd control for Void Owl to deal with. Finally, we see a fight where the one worry we had about this Nefiri from draft really showed its true colors, and now Gravity can piggyback that into a Ruinous Otacon to buff up their epic monster stat, but more importantly, Gordo, to grab themselves basically a free level with those roses.
Yep. Big injection of resources for Gravity as they get to cull away the Field of Roses and clean themselves up that permanent buff, making these objectives matter more than ever before, getting that bonus gold on kills while they're at it. Or actually, no, it's not bonus gold on kills for this one. What is it? It's
no.
It's just the objectives. It's just the objectives
and the petals, yeah.
And the petals. Always assuming that the petals are something else, but no, it's just the petals themselves. Call the Forge got by Alorum.
Oh, Alorum got grounded by the Singe Glue, the Ornhorn, and Shimmer didn't get the first on. ZXYC is going to flash away for the second one, but boy, Shimmer's feeling pretty lucky. He's somewhat tanky because he nearly got himself shredded by Jungle Difference, who continue to not allow Gravity to push them around.
The mega adhesive from Azuki stopping Call the Forge God from coming through.
Bye-bye.
This guy's dead, but he's worth nothing now. He's 0-7. I mean, just more of a streak going over to the likes of Sage Wabe as he cleans himself up, his 9th of the game.
So mathematically, will Azuki be worth less than a Cannon Minion at some point, or will it never get that bad? That's my question.
Oh, that's getting a little deep into League of Legends mechanics. I don't know the math.
I think they tweaked some of that stuff too, right? Who knows?
I'm still bummed out. Like, somebody just get a Dark Seal. Just start getting a little extra value off of killing this Sin just on respawn. The Acetal nearly caught by Alorum, does manage to avoid the knockup though.
They're trying to hold the river, but Gravity just won't let them get control of the Drake Pit, and Shimmer has 0 fear in his veins right now. 1 versus 3 into a pretty fat Ezreal. He's gonna pay for it with about half his HP chunked out, and will have to come back. Reset. Remember, they don't have their mid-tier 1 turret. Gravity don't, so Jungle Difference have a lot more space to look for a fight.
Knockup from Alorum connects. They do have access to Spirit's Refuge, and they will use it, and United rather, whenever they do feel the need to call in Shimmer, but it doesn't even look like that's necessary. I mean, Acetal's been melted out in the 4 versus 5, and Shimmer's just going to walk back.
Walk back and shut down Azuki from being as pesky as he can be with these waves. His real only use is cutting down waves and shutting down the push. That's why Gravity haven't taken as many turrets as you'd like them to with the lead they have. We've seen this 7 times already. It's always just going to be how much of an annoyance can Azuki be as he's flashing away just to teach Alorum the lesson, man. I may be 0-7, but don't forget rule number 1 of League of Legends: never chase a Singed.
You know, you may hate the Nefiri Slayer, but I'm watching this gameplay, and some memories are flooding back. I think I hate Singed. I don't think I'm having fun right now with the gameplay that I'm witnessing.
I mean, he's still getting Alorum to bite, and he is actively cutting the wave down.
Listen, he sure is.
I'm not going to sit here and cap for the Singe pick, right? It's 0-7. However, you have to admit that Gravity have less turrets on the map right now because of this Singed.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying it's been unsuccessful, although it has been. This is a separate point, though. This is an emotional one about my experience watching this guy running around, slowing people and refusing to die. Talking about a little inside track here, getting some damage out of the mid-outer, and going to just barely be able to sneak it out. Just takes it into 1 versus 2. Melts through Ezreal and says you can join him. Attack helicopter. A double kill to Sagewabe.
Yeah, so if this was 15 minutes ago, that would have been a really smart fight, but they've given up way too much gold to this Kai'Sa, since you cannot just stat check Sagewabe 3 items deep on a Kai'Sa when you don't have a tank or any real CC, or that's going to happen. So for all of the heroics from guys like Void Owl, you're seeing that might be able to pick up this tier 2 on the bot side. The game is Gravity's to lose, and they've really opened it up by this point, grabbing that Baron. We're going to see the base inhibitors fall soon, and maybe a potential last stand here for a jungle difference as Suzuki's back to his same pesky ways.
He sure is. Just get the camera off him. Show me something else. Show me Simmer trying to chase down out of these two. And the Realm Warp in from Robbie Bob to get it engaged onto his Zeedle. He is done for as Sagewabe goes legendary.
Robert Bobber bops them all home. And maybe we'll get the kill onto Azuki. Sagewabe's here. We finally get to see the Singe go down. Oh, the Q is short.
Oh, no.
He lives
Don't
to cut
show
down
me
another
this.
wave. Oh, the Baron minions killed him. That's hilarious.
Okay, I was going to say, if I have to watch how Calamity chase this guy around looking for 1 auto for 10 minutes, I'm just going to turn off the stream. I'm going to be done. But luckily, Azuki goes down for the 8th time this game. A rough performance on the Singed here. And the siege keeps on going. Shiver fails the flash taunt. The XYC going to be able to get out of there safely with all summoners still available and all the eggs in his basket and Void Owl. They need to be able to find crucial damage onto these carries to have a chance in this fight.
Yeah, the problem is it's just so hard for Void Owl to play the game at this point. Like, you cannot use that dash in, or you're gonna get rooted by a Nautilus, or you're just gonna get deleted by Sagewabe. As Robbie and him set up more than enough damage. The breakpoints we talked about for this Kai'Sa Rise have finally hit the rift, and they are unrelenting in their pursuit for the second round of the qualifiers.
Yeah, they are doing a great job of just continuing to push on through with these Baron minions. They've been able to wipe out threats as they approach, avoid taking any kind of big bursts of damage, and they're using that Realm Warp to rotate around the map and take more and more. They've gotten a bit of an irrecoverable gold lead here and have for a while, and now they're just going to use it to close out the game textbook style.
Lorm's doing his best Azuki impression right here. Chase me, Acetal. Chase me. You will never kill me, but you can chase me all you like. As his team gets the last tier 2 turret off the back end of that little escapade.
There's like a bit of honor in trying to kill the Lorem now, though, because this guy hasn't died all series. This is like the weak side king who you've been focusing on in these lane swaps, and you haven't killed him once. That hurts. That hurts deep down just a little bit. It's a big shout out to how accomplished Lorem is at playing this role specifically, not just top lane, but you know, no resources, weak side, absorb pressure top lane. He's about as good as they come at that style in tier 3, and really gotten to show it this series.
And for even further, right, for Lorem, this is what Lorem has been doing his entire career, but we'll talk about that in a moment. Is Robbie Bob might get picked off here, but we're just teleporting in. Did I say Robbie Bob was going to get picked off? I misspoke. Everyone else is going to get picked off by this Rise that still has a Seraph shield to keep them safe. They're putting all the eggs in the Robbie Bob basket, but even has the stasis, dodges out on the True Shot barrage as well. They went after Robbie Bob for 1 mere kill, and what does it cost them? The game and the series. 4-0 once more for Gravity.
If you come at the 2-time CLOL champ, you best not miss. And Robbie Bob makes them miss time and again, coming up with another set of kills, a wipe for his team, a 5-1-14 score line, and what is very likely the game and the series for Gravity.
Right on schedule. This game was a little bit more chaotic, but the goal is all the same. A 2-0 for Gravity, and they have a date with another CLOL team, Fisher College, in round 2 of the NACL qualifiers.
A hard-fought battle there for JGD. And you know what? I didn't make the mistake. I didn't say JGD I just said I kept it straight the whole time long. Jungle Difference with a good fight back there for as long as they could, but Gravity, the hard favorites for the matchup, to end up taking the series 2-0. A result that I expect we'll see plenty across this bracket in this first round when you got 64 teams matched high-low in seeding.
Yeah, but like we've talked about, this is the start you wanted to see from Gravity, a team that is maybe not picked by many to have a spot in the NACL, if you're talking predictions of the tournament, but accepted that if this team hits their stride, shows a new level of this 5 concocted together with some familiar pieces and different ones coming together, they could potentially contend for one of those top 3 spots. And you saw exactly why. And most importantly, I think you saw in this series, yes, we all expected Gravity, just the players' skill gap alone to give them the win, but Gordo, you saw the Gravity identity already being shown in this series, and I think that's what's the most important takeaway from this 2-0.
Yeah, I think Sagewabe, showing a little bit more of the kind of performances that he showed on Polestar last season are one of those pieces that you really need to see out of Gravity if you're going to see that team make the jump and be a real contender to promote into the NACL. So they got to be really happy with how Sagewabe has performed over these first 2 games. 2 really, really solid performances from him, just executing on these team fights about as well as you could.
And then the new guys, right? Because you talked about, Robbie and Alorum played a lot of time together, like Sagewabe also slide in. But the newer names that have come from qualifier teams that flamed out or we didn't know much about, Shimmer and All Calamity are 2 guys that also had great performances in this series. All Calamity was hitting a couple pretty good predict dredge lines on that Nautilus, and this one I thought were pretty impressive. And then Shimmer, while he was a lot more chaotic on the Shen, I think the Zinzao game was more polished. Again, I'm going to stress the point that Shimmer is playing with the confidence that he is one of the best junglers of this entire bracket, and it's important to see him showing that now. Even more important to see him carry that into other matchups, because the way Shimmer has been advertised as a player, even back to the Supernova Dark Matter teams that we saw in ACL, and obviously how Maryville feels about him, he's playing at this level with that confidence, could be the X factor when we keep talking about Gravity potentially knocking down expectations for who's going to promote out of this tournament.
Definitely excited to see how this team looks in their second matchup today, but we are going to throw it to a quick break here while we get geared up for that game. It shouldn't be too long. We're allowed to do rolling starts. This isn't old school Swiss OQs where you got to wait for every single match to end, so shouldn't be too long of a break, so don't go anywhere. Check out some other streams on your multi-Twitch, but we'll be back very, very soon for Gravity taking on Fisher College.
push it away. And chasing whispers before they all just fade. So how can I leave it all behind when I refuse to watch it fall to dust? I will find a this porcelain mirage may start to break. Each piece a reminder, every single little mistake. So how can I leave it all behind when I refuse to watch it fall to dust? Tell me why it won't ever be the same. I'll burn it all, no matter who's to blame. I'll find a way. I'll find a way. And every time I close my eyes, a little less trace of you remains. I know you're slipping further from me now. Am I too far away? Tell me why I won't ever feel the same. I'll try everything until you're back again.
We promised you guys not too long of a break, and we can officially stamp it, to be honest. We are going to be the first stream of the qualifiers showcasing a round 2 matchup, as we alluded to before we got out of the first matchup. Gravity, Swift 2-0 over Jungle Difference, even though a pretty good fight put in that game number 2, and Fisher College got a free FF in round number 1. So we have our round 2 matchup, and definitely a bit more exciting of one, Gordo, when you think about Fisher College as a team, especially considering their roster filled with some new imports that actually found themselves a pretty big CLO win in that space before we got into the qualifiers. So this matchup should be a lot more competitive than round number 1. I guess that's the idea of the qualifiers at the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely here. So Fisher College on a little bit of a roster revamp compared to some of the teams that we've seen from them in CLOL's past, but still keeping on at least Sword Blue at support. And hard to tell if it's going to be Bajani in top lane or not. We've heard it is Bajani.
It is
okay.
Bajani, yeah.
So we've confirmed it is Bajani in top lane. So Bajani and Sword Blue returning to the roster, but a new set around them to round out the rest of the roster. It's Brunus in the jungle, Oena in mid lane, and Brabro in AD carry. We could bring up that roster here, sure, and check out who's going to be here. Gravity we already know about. Let's check out Fisher if we have that one, and we can loop back around to Gravity in case anybody wasn't here for our first game. This is the squad they're bringing here, Slayer. A lot of names we're not as familiar with. A couple of players who are familiar with the European scene, some of them playing in various ERLs, TCL as well, I believe, in the case of Brabro. And, Oena, I believe, is the one who played in TCL. So it's going to be interesting to see what they're able to do over here now in NAT3.
Yeah, I mean, Fisher's got Wayna for the TCL. ISU has got Fatikan. If you're a CLOL enjoyer, ball knower, you'll recognize the Fatikan over on that roster, the AD carry spot. But I have been hyped up on Brunus, so the jungler there. So Brunus, shout out to Grapes, Speedy Grapes on Twitter, does the CLOL office hours. I think it's a really impactful thing if you want to get into that space. But told me that Brunus was very impressive in their win over a Winthrop roster that, you know, is a top collegiate team, has players on it that are knocking on the tier 2 door as we speak. So to see that impressive of a score line, that does make me think if we get Fisher College, you know, in rhythm with a well-designed comp towards their identity, they can be competitive against this Gravity squad. And for Gravity, I like that they're getting a pretty good test decently early in this qualifier, because Gordo, I know, and I'm going to plug our podcast, The Salt Mine. We talked about this.
There you go, man after my own heart.
Yeah, we talked about this before. They're like, some of these contending teams were getting like pretty easy walks to third round matchups, or even fourth round matchups. To see Gravity kind of get a potential bigger time opponent in round 2 bodes well for them sort of scaling up as this format goes on, as we evolve in the broadcast to go into this game 1 draft.
Yeah, and what's funny is, you know, not being familiar with the middle 3 players on this Fisher College roster, had Kabuko's Brewery played them in game number 1, I think there's an argument to be had that they actually would have been the favorites, Kabuko's Brewery, right? That team that's got Munchie and Papa and Ido and a B, a lot of names that we're a lot more familiar with. So interesting that Fisher College get that win here, and we'll see if they can make good on it, given that they've gotten this path to round 2 on the winner's side straight off the bat.
Straight off the bat, indeed. And we'll see as this draft starts off what Gravity want to do, maybe shift up their identity. I made it a point, and we've seen it in, you know, qualifiers of past, like the Swiss stage, where you get that round 1 matchup against a team that isn't on the same like skill check level. Maybe sometimes you go to a different draft, don't want to show too much of your element. I expect Gravity to, you know, pull out a pretty premier draft pick of their own in this series up against Fisher. So we'll see exactly how their champion selection changes compared to that matchup against Jungle Difference. We do get some pretty stock standard bans for the patch. Callista, still very powerful. Gravity continuing to take away that Cassante, a champion I assume Alorum just doesn't really want to deal with in this tournament.
Yep. And, the other thing to note about this matchup, right? Tomorrow is all losers. So the winner here going to get to take a break tomorrow. And we all know, the main goal of any League of Legends bracket, it's not to play League of Legends. If you could get yourself those buys, if you could play less League of Legends, that's all the better for you and for your chances. So winner here going to get a break on Sunday and going to come back swinging next weekend for kind of phase 2 of the double elimination bracket. So a lot on the line, but a first pick Zyra going over to Gravity. They say, you know what?
Yeah.
We learned a little something from Jungle Diff. That champion seems a little imbalanced. So they're going to snap it up. And Fisher College going to come in with the Ashe Lilia for their first rotation.
Yeah, Shimmer definitely a big Zyra player, so this makes a ton of sense here. We're getting double AP junglers in this one, which does sort of set up for a pretty fun mid lane matchup. I wouldn't be shocked if Gravity might want to blind Robbie Bob's Yone here. It pays to watch so many drafts, folks. Sometimes it pays. To blind the Yone because it's a Robbie Bob's favorite AD champion in the mid lane if it's not a marksman, and the Corki was already banned away. So it's going to be, what does Fisher want to go for? The Mbessa lock-in. Now, Mbessa, it can be flexed into the mid lane if you want to get pretty crazy. So I wonder if that's the call here for Mena to just answer Robbie Bob's Yone. But that is a volatile mid lane matchup nonetheless. Surprised the Ashe got through to R1. Usually if you don't want the Ashe on your blue side, you kind of ban it away. Fisher College going to gobble that one up, and you have Jin. So set up 80 carries and a ton of damage in the mid jungle duo is the mark of both of these compositions so far, even if the Mbessa doesn't necessarily go mid in my mind.
Absolutely here. So the Mbessa going to get snapped on up here for Fisher. That's going to be a powerful pick for them. And now going to look to see how the second round can play out. They ban away a couple of those weak side warriors from Alorum, whereas support's going to be banned away on the Gravity side. So what can he go for to try to weak side? He's going to have to go for something a little new.
Ooh, okay. So LeBlanc ruins my plan for this Fisher comp. With the Mbessa mid. So they're going to go with the AP out of their mid and jungle duo. That's a lot of damage. This Fisher comp has a lot of raw damage. So I now understand why they took away the Ornn and the Scion, mostly because you want to take away the tankiest champions Alorum can play, because right now tanks are what are really going to cause chaos for Fisher. They're going to lock in the Maokai. I wonder, Alorum and Alcalamity can both play Maokai in their lanes respectively. So I wouldn't be surprised if Gravity kind of just turn for a double frontline pick here. Either it's going to be an engaged support next to this Maokai, or Alorum has another tank that he likes blind in that top lane matchup. One of the two's got to happen here. And when it does, I think it rounds out a pretty powerful Gravity comp centered around Robbie Bob being the driving force with Shimmer, which is a fun evolution to what we saw their drafts. What their drafts look like against Jungle Difference. There's the Poppy. All right. Tanky frontline.
Yep, so going to be those extra tanks here to try to beef up that Gravity composition. Fisher College now going to be responsible for locking in a support. They're just going to take that Nautilus, a classic for Sword Blue down here in the bottom lane, paired alongside this Ashe, real bread and butter composition. But with Alcalamity getting on that Maokai again, and with Jin being highly prioritized to make this pick composition work, it could be a real aggressive bot lane. You got to watch out if you're this Ashe Nautilus.
And I'm really worried about how this LeBlanc kind of fits in to this composition, right? Because I think Alorum's Poppy is a pocket pick that people have been talking about for a while, and Alorum is going to be really powerful into both this Mbessa and LeBlanc. Two dash-based champions that really need to find themselves a way in and to the backline. I think Gravity have drafted enough, kind of like the game one against Jungle Difference, enough disengaged sort of threading of the proverbial lines towards these back lines is really powerful here. So a lot of pressure on the Fisher College solo lanes to find these picks in these fights, and the Ashe Arrow is obviously going to help, but Gravity have sort of drafted themselves good range, consistent damage, scaling damage, and the ability to go in with Robbie Bob. It's a sort of jack of all trades comp from Gravity, and I'm going to obviously lean towards Gravity to execute that, knowing not only the level that we saw them in the last matchup, but knowing those veteran guys like Alorum and Robbie Bob are the ones pushing for any of these fights.
For sure. So, yeah, watching where these go buttons end up coming out going to be a big part of the game. All Calamity going to have a lot of that responsibility on his, on his side. Yeah, sometimes Shimmer will land some poke, Sagewabe will get Deadly Flourish, and the fight will get started that way as well. But I think a lot of this is going to be about finding good creative angles to land Nature's grasp on, and then getting the follow-up from Alorum and Shimmer and Robbie to be able to get the fight started in earnest. So definitely going to be a little more pressure put on towards the likes of this rookie support, we'll call him, even though it's technically his second round at OQs.
Yeah, throw up the little quotation marks. Framing this game, this one comes down so much to execution, because both compositions are designed to cause dive-ins, cause havoc on the back lines. So many compositions you'll see across this qualifiers, even in the last Gravity series, we've seen designed around putting 80 carries on a pedestal to carry home. We saw that with like Sagewabe's Kaisa and Corki game. This is a completely different spot. Like Jin and Ash are as much complementary pieces as you can really get out of the marksman role right now. It's all about the engage and setup from the other members for this mid-jungle duo on both sides. Maybe a little bit towards top lane for Benjani with the Ambessa too, but if you're winning these games for Gravity, it's going to be behind Shimmer and Robbie Bob being getting the final touches, getting the kills. And if you're Fisher College, it's going to be on Brunus and Wayna on this LeBlanc and this Lilia to bring home in the AP department a win for Fisher College.
Yeah, it definitely is. So Brunus and Wayna, the two of the three new faces to Fisher, with a lot of responsibility on their shoulders to win out this mid-jungle 2v2. Merktread's going to be Robbie Bob's best friend in this matchup, that's for certain, especially with Sword Blue and Brabro coming in to offer a little bit of additional CC in their own rights. But this counter pick for Alorum, definitely going to be right up his alley. He gets to play a weak side if there is some kind of lane swap that ends up coming through, but he's also going to be very effective in the one-on-one, being able to punish Ambessa and her constant dashing.
The Poppy X Factor. Alorum, we talked about it in game 2 against Jungle Difference. Some of those fights were pretty even maybe JGD favor. But Alorum consistently came in as that Giga Chad tank and really stabilized some chaos on the Rift. And Alorum is in another spot to do that again. Poppy is so pesky with how she can really just ruin games by catching one champion dashing out in a spot they're not allowed to. Even if you're LeBlanc with like clone, all this to buy you extra space, it won't matter if Alorum finds that right setup here as we get set to go onto the Rift. A matchup, definitely a high-powered matchup in round number 1. When you talk about, or round number 2, when you talk about the teams we have listed here. Fisher College making waves in the CLO space, taking a win off a Winthrop squad that definitely can compete at the level Gravity is at, who are trying to find themselves a Sunday off with a win as well, as we are live for game number 1 of our round 2 matchup following Gravity's road through the qualifiers.
Definitely. Welcome back, everybody, to Summoner's Rift to check out what can be offered here for Gravity taking on Fisher College. Fisher, maybe not on paper predicted to be able to come in here in round 2 on the winner's side, but getting that win and now being able to come on up to face off against Gravity, a team that definitely is expected to be coming into round 3 on the winner's side. Going to have to prove it here, though, up against collegiate superstars. This squad constantly in the conversation at CLOL, and despite a little bit of a roster rebuild, still a tough foe to have to tangle with.
Tough foe indeed. We see the lane swaps already coming out once again. Think this one is advantageous. Like, I know I'm going to sound like a broken record on these Gravity games saying, oh, lane swapping into Alorum, exactly what he wants. But even past nameplates, just the champions, right? Poppy is going to feel a bit safer with less resources in a 1v2 than an Ambessa is. So if teams are going to continue to try and carry out through top lane against Gravity, I expect them until we switch to that patch that neutralizes lane swapping Gordo to just continuously do this over and over again, because this is the Gravity way.
Indeed it is. So eyes on the lane swappage and who will be able to navigate it most effectively. And like we said, it was a little bit of a win-win for Alorum here. He's got probably the better champ to play in a lane swap scenario. It's a lower econ pick, but it's also going to be really strong if they do end up playing in the one-on-one. So here he comes just to be disruptive in mid lane. Wayna going to have a tough time actually distorting in and even CSing here when Alorum is in the area once he gets access to that steadfast presence. I don't think he started it, so right now, not the most useful in the world.
There's another way for these top laners to like buy time when they get lane swapped into, like the Alorum recognizes it, helping out your mid laner, saying, it's not like I was going to catch any of the XP or gold off of that first wave regardless, so let me just catch the mid first wave, put Robbie Bob in a decent spot, and then go back up to catch the next one crashing into my turret. We do see Sword Blue roam down to hover onto Benjani's side. That's just to make sure that there wasn't a dive to come across. Luckily for Fisher, though, Shimmer was clearing bot to top, so we'll actually be positioned around this top side with Alorum, but the Zyra is just happy to power farm through, wait for grubs to maybe spawn, except for the fact that it's Shimmer, so he's constantly looking for advantages. I thought he was about to go invade for a Krogs fight that Brunis definitely wouldn't have been expecting.
Yeah, now fight breaking on out. Wayna moving on up. Going to be able to get that snare on a Robbie, but the damage threat's not too substantial. Wayna with lots more farm so far in these early stages, reaping the benefits of the Melee versus ranged matchup. And now it's going to be Bajani. I'm tempted to call him Yayito, but it is Bajani. And now moving on in is Robbie, with Shimmer having found Wayna, and Wayna kind of deep behind enemy lines, taking a big chunk of damage. Red buff still ticking on away as well. Will be able to get away with his life, and now it's Bajani trying to take this fight up against Shimmer and Robbie, keeping the damage layered on down, trying to play around Vision, dash forward, get an angle on towards this jungler. Wayna gets involved. First blood for Bajani, thanks to that extra distortion damage, and now it's Robbie Bob caught out way too far, forced to retreat away. Alorum getting in there though, knocks Bajani deeper in, but it's just Robbie Bob getting bursted out by the Eep from Burns.
Wow, Gravity just stunned. They were waiting for Alorum to come down to give themselves the advantage in that matchup, but Shimmer already used his entire kit. Robbie Bob wasn't far ahead enough. He's not online with this Yone just yet. So the early game power of some of these champions for Fisher are giving them a lead. Alorum gets one back. Wayna, you cannot distort into a Poppy.
No, definitely too dangerous there. Can't blink back in time. So it's a kill to Bajani. It's a kill to Brunis. Wayna, gonna have to get used to that name. Going to end up losing out on their life, but still doing solidly up against Robbie Bob here. And that injection of gold going over to just Alorum, no assist. Just not gonna end up being too impactful in the long run.
Yeah, I mean, the long run, right, is you're putting the pivotal engine of this Gravity comp behind. It is Robbie and Shimmer who go down. They both lose their flashes. This is a window for Brunis to really take control of these early objectives, right? The bottom lane is pushing in their favor. Might just go right on top of this dragon early, and then it's really hard now with neutral lane or regular lane assignments for Gravity to really justify contesting very harshly for these grubs. At the very least, they're gonna likely give Brabro time alone on these bottom waves, just send more minions onto these plates. So big early game spot here for Fisher to increase their lead after that jungle skirmish.
Absolutely here. Really big opportunity to be able to try to get yourself an advantage early on up against this Gravity squad, which we've seen how adept they can be in these team fighting scenarios when playing at even or ahead. So definitely want to see if you can get them behind as this Fisher squad that's a little bit shorter on experience compared to this roster of Alorum and Robbie Bob and Sagewabe, who've played about as many amateur games as anybody.
Yeah, maybe more amateur games than the rest of their roster combined at the very least. But like we talked about, Brunis with this prow across the map is just gonna hop onto these grubs, grab all three for his own. Some Shimmer has off a reset from the Fisher bottom lane, move towards this dragon, which is being sort of contested here. Yeah, it looks like a fight's gonna break out.
Wow, all right. Dragon already been smited on down by Shimmer,
behind.
but the follow-up fight, Rebro coming on in with the volley, going to be able to slow down the targets and melt them down. It's going to be multiple squishies just inside of the firing range for Ash. A double kill over to Brabro, and he continues to kite on back. Robbie put to sleep, taken down by the Lilia. Make that a double kill over to Brunus, and a fight won hard by the side of Fisher College.
That was 4 for 1 in the name of Fisher College. Again, it's Gravity just a little bit unsure about, or a little bit too aggressive on the map given how far they are behind. They weren't allowed to take that dragon so slowly. And the teleport from Robbie Baba was what Gravity were really waiting for. But this is a level 5 Yone. It doesn't have the same punch without the ultimate. And the teleport timers on this new season, before you get the unleashed teleport, take forever. By the time Robbie Baba showed up, his team was already scattered, and he was the next one to get caught. As we see Alorum continuing to be the one to keep Gravity in this game, trying to find himself another solo over Benjani. But it looks like for the time being, he's going to sneak out now. And Fisher, what a start in game number 1 up against this Gravity team. So many expect to be a deep tournament run.
Absolutely here. Going to be a really strong lead for Fisher now, as they're doing really well on this comp that we called out. Really wanted to be able to snowball through mid jungle. And yeah, Wayna hasn't really been able to pick up the gold necessarily, but Brunus has, right? Or Brunus, rather, getting into a really, really strong position on this Lilia. 3-0-0 already. Going to be able to cash out before too long and pick up that first item ahead of schedule. Shimmer is set behind. Robbie Bob is set behind. And they've got overall about a 2K gold lead.
That's just, for such a long time, Gravity's go button, like, neutered by this point. Because their engages are so based off of Robbie Bob looking for Fate Sealed angles with a Calamity, but all of this damage for Gravity is just not going to be there for still a lot of time. This is Fisher really in a spot to not only force whatever fight they want and likely win with item breakpoints coming through on these next recalls, but take whatever they want on the map. They've already got the feats of warfare. They're not going to be far off for feats of monster slaying with one already taken in the grubs, and they're pushing into all these turrets. You can see plates are not looking good for the Gravity side across the board right now. This is the Fisher that was advertised against that Winthrop team, got that win in the NECC, and they're showing up right now.
Absolutely. They are in good form right now with how they've been able to play out this early game. They've chosen intelligent fights, and it has produced for them quite the solid early game lead. Robbie Bob and Wayna both low on health here, but Brunus waiting back in the behind to see if he can find himself a good path on in to really be able to finish this guy off. It's out Calamity doing the same, though, for the side of Gravity, and Robbie Bob the one who walks away with a kill.
The proverbial Gravity rookie, the young gun support prospect, comes to help Robbie Bob. That's a big kill to get, because right now the name of the game for Gravity is find ways to get gold onto Robbie and Shimmer. Is the public execution not going to land for Benjani? Ash Arrow is going to be dodged by a Calamity, and now they've got Benjani under the turret. Fate Sealed through for Robbie Bob. The man we were talking about needs to get going, finding ways to get Gravity some kills on the board.
Oh, Calamity barely staying alive there as the Dream Dust puts him a little bit lower than he may have been comfortable with, but managing to walk away. It's another win for Gravity here as they punish Yayido / Bajani coming in for the public execution, whiffing it on the straight line skill shot and take it down accordingly.
My favorite part, Gordo, is that League Spectate sometimes still doesn't know how to show the line on the Mbessa ultimate.
Yeah, it's underground.
It just looks like Benjani stopped walking for half a second, but in reality, with that game playing ultimate, as we see a grub fight particularly breaking out here.
Good dodge there from Calamity coming in on the flank. Shimmer going to be forced to flash away as he realizes he's outnumbered. Sagewabe a little cut off to the side. Calamity follows Wayna over the wall, holds him still for the curtain call to cut him down. Sagewabe with one pick and the rest of the team forced to flee.
So many people, when they looked at this Gravity roster, saw staple tier 3 names: Alorum, Robbie Bob, Sagewabe, even Shimmer from old qualifier runs and the ACL but nobody was really as keyed on Al Calamity. A lot of hype from the solo queue world, a lot of hype from a couple of people in tier 3. Right now, he's showing his value on the Gravity stage, getting Gravity key kills they needed to get back into this game.
Definitely. Brunus coming in to try to make something happen up against Olorum, stunned into the wall. Sagewabe finds an opportunity to fire away, and Bijani is just too low. Fourth shot not even needed, and Ambessa has fallen.
Kill after kill. Gravity may be behind, but they're not going to let Fisher push them around as they want a duel for this game here. They're going to get a dragon off the back of the Shimmer, trying to burn through it, but doesn't have a lot of help. Sagewabe is going to swing on over here to try and get through it, but this is the same spot where Gravity fell pretty far behind a Fisher at the Drake pit. Is it Deja Vu striking on the Rift?
Oh, here's the Nature's Grasp from Al Calamity, trying to buy some space for the rest of the team to be able to work on this dragon. They do manage to snare up nearly all four, but there's a big multi-man sleep coming through from Brunus. He drops too early to be able to take advantage of it. The rest of his team trying to clean it up, but there's just too much damage from Sagewabe. He's got a collector in tow, and he collects too. Big fight win for Gravity.
That was almost the hero play from Brunus, but doesn't have a big enough health bar to go for it, and Sagewabe right on time with the cleanse, drops the sleep off of him and just finds these fourth shots over and over. He's got the collector done, more than enough damage into those squishies. And we've seen every member of Gravity really finding, you know, maybe mistakes early on, but redemption in different spots. And it's put Gravity back on the map here, back in the lead. They've got the dragon stacking, and they're looking to go for the feats of strength as well with the turret damage they're getting on the top side, and they're one epic monster away from stacking those tier 2 boot upgrades after 2 Drakes as well.
Tier 2 boots, a big difference maker, of course, once you are able to get access to those feats. Al Calamity coming on through, be able to clear out some of this vision to make sure they'll be able to farm safely on the bottom side. Emphasis going to start to rotate up towards top once that Rift Herald does spawn, but they've got a couple of minutes to go until then, so everybody just going to gather up all the resources that they can find. And already a little bit of an invade here from Brunus. Does look like he's a little bit faster onto the blue buff and will be able to snag it away from Shimmer. That's a big resource for Zyra.
Taken away from Shimmer. And maybe looking to index, push midways to bringing Mana over as well. We have a bottom lane fight here as Al Calamity's looking to cook more here. Twisted advance into the Nature's Grasp, trying to lock down Sword Brew with Sagewabe accelerated. These forward bullets are starting to really hurt. Deadly Flourish lands, immediately cleansed by Bravo, throws down the arrow, but here's the curtain call. Sagewabe is too accurate, finds himself the double. One back for Wayna in his own 1v1 win over Robbie Bob, but the bottom lane of Gravity is starting to sing their song.
Yeah, Bijani got his name in there somewhere. I'm not 100% sure what he did, but that does not count as a solo kill up against the GOAT Robbie. Still really good performance from Wayna here, holding his own in a matchup up against one of Tier 3's best in Robbie Bob, and Brunus doing a really solid job in his first game of this OQ as well. So far, very impressive stuff from Fisher, though it does look like Gravity have wrested back control and are going to be the ones in the driver's seat as we start to get over to this mid-game. Rift Herald's going to be up soon. Otacon to follow, certainly going to be a ruinous one, if I were to wager a guess.
That's a pretty good wager there, Gordo. And what's
just 21 kills in the first 15 minutes.
It's and when you have that many kills, right, the big thing for Ruinous, even more than kills, is actually like just raw damage dealt. So if you have this many kills, right, like the raw damage dealt is even higher than that. But as we look at the state of the game going into, you know, a Herald, a future Opticon, Sagewabe being this far ahead might just be the difference maker in the damage department. With the fact he is building for that, you know, straight scaling Jhin after the collector, he gets this IE done. The one advantage we talked about Gravity have is they are tanky. Same can't really be said for Fisher, so Sagewabe could just force shot everybody to death in some of these team fights, and still has the curtain call behind as well.
Wow, and you know, Fisher College, they're not looking to contest on this Rift Herald at all. Instead, they're going to try to make a play happen onto Alorum here. I don't know if they particularly care. He's going to tire out the call out with the Ash Arrow. Brunus has the discipline. He waits it out and guarantees a kill onto the enemy top.
They just grass. They're trying to get Wayne on the other side, but LeBlanc is pretty pesky. They're going to drop the Herald. Wayne is going to try and get out, but Shimmer and company have him cornered. There's the lockdown from All Calamity and Shimmer with the full damage of the Zyra. They pick off Wayne, and they're going to grab themselves feats of strength as well off the back of that turret. Or no, I think they were too late. It actually, the first turret went over to Fisher.
Yeah, they got the first turret and the first 3 kills, I believe. So Fisher are the ones who walk away with it. But they are going to lose out on an inner turret here. They were not expecting Wayna to get picked off and taken down on the top side. So that Rift Herald, really huge value as they take down 2 turrets with it, one of them being an inner.
Yeah, that's really big gold injection, but this game is pretty darn even. And calling back to what we talked about in draft, Gordo, it's really an execution and skill check game with how similar these comps are designed at both being able to play back and both being able to go forward and capitalize on picks found from range.
Definitely. Sage Wabe, so strong in this position. Already with his Infinity Edge completed. I mean, he's really been making use of that bonus gold from the collector. Usually that's a bit of flavor text, but you know, he's rocking an extra couple hundred with the amount of kills he's picked up since having completed that item.
And he's just going to be so powerful. Like these raw auto shots are just going to burn through Wayna, Brabro, and Brunus. Like, if any of these guys are going to hit by even Bajani at this point with just an Eclipse stun, Sage Wabe has so much damage. He's looking to use it with this Deadly Flourish onto Sword Blue. All Calamity interrupts the dredge line, trying to slow him up. They get the root down from Shimmer. And it's going to be the kill going over to the aforementioned Maryville jungler.
Well done, well done. But they've been able to clear out and punt out from Alorum. Going to prevent himself from getting put to sleep again, as we've seen what the results of that do end up being. Bottom lane river controlled well. Al Calamity wants to get this fight started. Robbie coming in with the Fate Sealed. Brabro doing his best to be able to create the space, throws out the ultimate, and now has Brunus to be able to run interference for him, but just nobody can stop Robbie as he advances forward and takes his man.
All Calamity looking to do it all. He's setting up every one of these kills, diving under the turret for Wayna. He'll fall, but it doesn't matter. This is the All Calamity game as he's making a statement to the Gravity fans when the team needs him most.
Ito in and out. Bajani keeping an eye here on what the rest of the squad can do, but knows the Dragon's been started. That doesn't mean he can do anything about it, as he's lost 2 members of the team, 2 of the major damage dealers. So Soul Point going over to Gravity.
And I want to make sure to continue to stress this. Like, Sage Wabe is incredibly fed, right? He has the bounty, he has the item breakpoints, but this young gun, up-and-coming support player in the NA space, All Calamity, is really impressing me. The gall to on your own drop that Maokai ultimate, and you got to think he's screaming out in the comms there, right? Like, look Wayna, look Brabro, and Robbie coming in through. Like, to have the foresight to go for these plays on Maokai's support, it's just really impressive to see, and it's really what I feel like is, you know, leveled out the ship after a rocky sail in that early game for Gravity.
Yeah, absolutely.
-1 Sage Wabe. We saw
-1 Sage Wabe. But you know what? That's the only -1 you can really put on his report card from how he's performed in this game so well. And on this day, honestly, he's had a really solid day to start things off. And I mean, I don't know what this guy's started eating since 2024, but he has really leveled up and started to be one of the real major 80 carry threats at this tier of play. And really looking good now on Gravity, just picking up right where he left off with Polestar last season.
Yep. And now Gravity can sort of settle into this 4-1 split they're gonna like. Getting Robbie on a side lane and looking for fights, especially with Shimmer's damage. I mean, the Zyra plants only get worse from here, Fisher, than what you just saw.
Yeah, the 2-item power spike here, Leandries and Rylai's. So strong. Flash out of Shimmer.
Oh no,
to avoid getting picked up by that arrow, and Al Calamity will be focused down here. They try to return fire. Al Calamity flashes out. Wayna has to go in too deep. He's rooted right in front of Shimmer and Sage Wabe, and one more shot, not even needed. Shimmer burns him down with the Leandries.
Now the rest of the fight's breaking out here as Benjani's flown in, but Robbie Bob on the flank, Fate Seal down, is going to find Sword Blue and kite back towards his team. Sagewabe still virtually untouched, looking to get that big 4th shot. In goes Benjani, but good flash away from Sagewabe to great distance as he goes legendary. Fight still very close with Brunis trying to find an angle in, has the most health out of anybody on the Rift currently, trying to be the difference maker, but he just can't get close enough, and Gravity are going to walk away with a narrow margin fight win in the mid lane.
Narrow margins, but a win nonetheless. Really clutch moves from Calamity there, getting out of danger with just a sliver of health, and then saving that twisting advance to lock Wayna down in front of his team when he goes down. He trades 1-for-1 support for mid laner. That's worth it every single time, and it allows Gravity to clean up a fight where it was Fisher who got it started.
Still got a lot of key summoners out of this Gravity team, mostly their carries, right? Sagewabe and Shimmer both virtually flash at the same time in that fight. So those are going to be down, and you still have some pretty threatening pick potential. That's the advantage of this Fisher comp. So I'm going to look at like Brabro to look for these Ash arrows. You know, Brunith has the flash set up for the Lilting Lullaby. That should be where Fisher College's minds go, to punish these immobile carries without flash on the Gravity side. With Otacon still up, and Baron's not far behind at 23 minutes.
Baron is not far behind. Sagewabe fishing with those deadly flourishes. Nature's Grasp did come out here. They do get the root onto Brabro, but it feels like they didn't believe in it. They didn't chase any further. They aren't actually looking to get this fight started. They thought they might have an opportunity at a pick, but they decided to let this one go. Calamity will have that ability back before too long.
Should have it back up once this potentially last dragon spawns, the counter dragon, but a deadly flourish lands.
Wow, big deadly flourish there to be able to get on a Brabro earlier on, but look at Wayna coming into the backside, pumped it out by Alora, trying to keep Sagewabe safe, but Johnny sends it next, but Sagewabe stays alive the whole way through. The sleep is on so many members, but nobody's actually dropping, and the backline kept alive for a while, but they do manage to melt through Robbie Bob when he Fate Seals in. Alorum forced to flash away from that dredge line, and that makes it a 2-for-1, winning for Fisher College.
Exactly what we talked about, Gordo. This Jhin and Zyra are sitting rocks whenever they start throwing out their abilities, whenever the curtain call comes out, and you saw Benjani and Wayna get the value out of these flanking champions. Wayna cancels out the curtain call. Benjani flies in with that public execution, causing so much of the Gravity's eyes to gravitate towards those flanking champions. The Brutus comes in with a huge sleep, and there's more than enough damage to make that fight a win. Fisher College do a great job capitalizing on those key summoners being down for Gravity. They are not going to go quietly in this game. It's going to take an all-out from Gravity's comp to win this one.
It certainly will. Gravity with a lot of responsibility in being able to navigate this next fight. Otherwise, not going to have that ultimate, or sorry, that soul. And like you said, Shimmer's dead. Shimmer picked off, so soul not happening. And it's going to be full control given on over here, and they're looking for more.
They get the Nature's Grass down defensively from Calamity. Robbie Bob flashes away from that public execution, but he's dead to Brabro. Fisher College have awoken. They are not to be trifled with in this matchup, and Wayne is doing the exact perfect stall job. He gets executed. Now Fisher College, they have complete control over Baron. They're looking for the knockout blow.
Oh man, everything going wrong here for Gravity. Fisher College moving over to the Baron. We talked about that dragon being so important to be able to secure that soul, but Shimmer dropping and the fall of a fight being a disaster. But let's see this opened up curtain call going to take down Sword Blue. Look at that damage from Sagewabe, and just off his ultimate alone, he forces 4 off the Baron.
Guys, this is why they make fun of our region. We always throw at Baron. And Fisher, just a little too big for their britches, tried to force out a Nash with Sagewabe still up. The Keeper's Verdict available for Alorum. And that really is a gut punch, because now you relinquish all control of this top river with Gravity off their death timer resets. So they're at very least going to get this Ruinous, and Fisher are trying to rock up late, but I don't think they can contest this.
It's not looking like they can, but they've proven me wrong before. Ruinous Otacon does fall. And the roses will be culled in the name of gravity. Still, Bajani gets an inner off of this. That's a nice injection of gold. And he and Brabro have the inside track onto the inhib turret. They're going to look to interrupt recalls here. Wayna going to just try to be annoying on the LeBlanc. And this could be a big payout for Fisher still.
They're breaking the base open here. None of the gravity recalls have actually been casted. They're going to pick off Wayna. Inhibitor turret does fall, and now Calamity looking for the turn. Has the Nature's Grass going. Sword Blue's going to get hit here, but it's just the tanks that are far forward. Calamity's still going to commit. They've got Shimmer nearby. If they get enough lockdown, should be able to pick off Sword Blue. Does have to flash out of the Strangle Roots. So their Inhibitor turret does go down, but it's Gravity that are now looking for a Baron play that is certainly risky. Look at their base.
Still in mid lane. I mean, Bajani's going to take this whole damn inhibitor now. Grasping Roots, they're only going to be able to stall them out for so long, but it does look like this will go over to Gravity. They've lost an inhibitor for this. Look at the Nexus. Somebody has to get back. They have to finish these recalls uninterrupted, and here comes the cavalry. One Nexus turret falls. But wow, what a pull from Fisher, just tearing the base apart while they're at a disadvantaged Baron state.
Now that play is a little less worth it, knowing that Nexus turrets will respawn, I believe, after 3 minutes. So that Nexus turret should be back up for Gravity. I don't expect their base to be under threat until that one comes back up. But yeah, at the very least, I like Fisher. So many teams would opt to just ball out and try and stop the Baron play, right, and likely lose the game. But Fisher recognized that while it is tough to give up Baron, give up that buff, they get so much value by breaking open the mid lane for Gravity by this point. That's a more worth it trade. Oh, wow, my God, it's Robbie Bob.
Jeez. Getting a little revenge from the laning phase there. And you know what, Slayer, this is how I know you've been hanging out on LPL too much. Because yes, a lot of teams would just full send it and try to take a disadvantage fight for Baron there. I think so many teams also, especially at this level, would just kind of stand there and watch it fall.
Yeah.
The fact that they're really being proactive, moving around the map, trying to cross map and make valuable trades, huge for Fisher here.
Oh, Root's going to get Bajani. No. Nature's Grasp. Bajani has to flash. I don't think the Roots are going to hit him now. And now Sagewabi's turning with the curtain call. Now he knows none of those flanking champions are there to hit him, so he can fire all 4 of these shots. The 4th shot, half health Brabro, and sets up Sword Blue to be picked off as Sagewabi continues his legendary status in this close one.
I mean, this Jhin is just absurd, dude. Brabro tanks that shot because Brutus is missing, I don't know, a couple hundred HP, and he still loses half his health. Brutus might have died with the addition of that collector damage, or at the very least been at the risk of going down to a random sapling or something. So an inner turret back over to Gravity. They keep the gold lead in their favor.
Oh my God, that trap just took a quarter of Wayna's health. That is absurd.
You're never supposed to get hit by those.
Yeah, that's true. But Sagewabi, I love in the mastery, he recognizes he's using these traps to set up deadly flourishes. Oh my God, that was one crit shot on Wayna. Yeah, Sagewabi, Fisher, you have to kill him quick or these fights are not winning.
Yeah, luckily they have the comp to be able to do it. Calamity forces the cleanse on a Brabro, but now that tool's gone, and Brabro is next on the menu. Multi-man sleep coming through from Brutus, but it's Robbie Bob to save the day. Fate sealed, scoops every aggressor away from his sleeping teammates and crushes Fisher College. That just might be the final nail here. They're busting open the base.
That was the desperation that Fisher College had not shown in the last 15 minutes. It was the same sort of start to the fight, but the difference was Wayna was chunked out at the start. He cannot dive forward with Bajani to threaten Shimmer and Sagewabi, who had Azanias, had their summoners available. And like you called out, Robbie Bob holds the front line at bay, saves them, but it's Sagewabi's Jhin that is just the shining star, the bottom lane of Gravity, the shining stars in this close game 1 bout that's going to go the way of Gravity. Ow!
I mean, a much closer game than we expected originally, but what a showing here from Fisher College, and what mental resilience here from Gravity to be able to come back into it, find their fights, find their moments, and play around Sagewabi's Jhin. At a certain point, you can see the switch flipped. Sagewabi's like, guys, I am the strongest player on the map. I've got 3 items and a BF sword in my inventory. Whatever we do here, as long as I'm alive, as long as I'm hitting, as long as I'm targeting a champion with my ultimate, we can come on up with the win. And they do it, textbook, and close things out.
Yeah, recognizing we're playing a team that has no true tank. And I'm going full crit Jin, way too accelerated. Every shot hurts, but I'm gonna keep repeating it here. I get the hype. I'm behind the hype for all Calamity. This guy's playing Maokai support, which traditionally is a pick that is marred by, all right, you're on full peel duty, maybe throw Nature's Grasp out there, look for a play. No, this guy is bloodthirsty on this champion. He was constantly twisted advancing in to set up kills, flashing forward away from his traditional duty to set up Gravity. It's what saved them after the early game woes, and it's what started the game-winning fight. At the end of that game, all Calamity is as advertised. And once again, to show up next to a roster of this level of stature, if this is the level of play Gravity are getting out of their support role with guys like Alorum, Shimmer, Robbie Bob, and Sage Wabe, this team will look threatening if they can clean up some of the early woes that we saw in this one.
Yeah, definitely a little shaky there for a bit. Some really nice team fighting that comes out early on, especially out of Fisher College. Just the push and pull of that early mid-jungle fight really favoring them and setting them up to be able to, play a game through Brunus that they really, really like over the course of those first few minutes. And Brunus, with a very, very respectable scoreline, tops the lobby in damage, 7-1 and 5 in total. Really looking like he could have turned some of those around. Even that big sleep in the last fight looking like it could have been the opportunity, but heroics from Robbie Bob secure it back for Gravity.
Secure it back for Gravity and set up what could be a very fun series in round number 2 here. We're the first broadcast to get to the round 2 matchup. As this bracket goes on, the matchups only get more hype. And this round 2 one between Gravity and Fisher College certainly delivered in game number 1, but we have to reset for new stakes here. We're going to head to a short break, but on the other side, Fisher College has side selection. 10 fresh new champions enter the arena, and we see if we've got ourselves a full distance series or another Gravity 2-0 that you won't want to miss. Back in action here on the Agency Sports GG's coverage of the NACL qualifiers in 2025. And Gravity, while it has been a bit of a rocky road, not super clean games, they are up 1-0. They are undefeated on the day, looking for a fourth game win in a row that would give them Sunday off, move them ahead to next weekend. And you can see below, 10 champions taken off the board here. Fisher on the blue side, looking to make this a series, Gordo.
Looking to make this a series for certain. So the Cho'Gath band stay strong. Fisher College still looking to take some opportunities away from Alorum, or word has spread about this silly Shirelia's build, and they just don't want to have to deal with it from Robbie Bob. Either way, some of the classic offenders banned on away, aggressive bot lanes banned away from Gravity, and some of the safer bot lanes banned away from Fisher, and that's Skarner, of course.
Yeah, so this is an interesting note to take for Gravity as their run goes on. They have consistently banned away Callista and Cassante through 3 games. So those are 2 champions that they just don't want to deal with. If they ever match up against them, it will look intriguing. They do take away the Corki on red side here. They think Fisher want to put that in the hands of their damage dealers, so they won't get that flexible pick for either Sagewabe or Robbie. No Ash B1's available because you take that one away. Zyra's been a big B1 as well. That one's not available, so they'll go for the Aurora. I like it. It's a safe lane matchup. It's powerful and it's flexible in your draft. So good start here for Fisher College. Excuse me.
Good, you're good. Oh, Fisher College with the Aurora in the mid lane. Some pretty solid performances from what we got to see out of Wayna in game number 1. But there's that Varus, and we've talked time and time again about how good Sagewabe has been over the course of today. 3 really, really big performances in a row, and this Varus appearing to be setting up for what may be a 4th one. Don't have to pick a support with it quite yet here, but they also get their first crack at whatever pool they like. Instead, they look for a counterpick to this Aurora. Robbie Bob going to be on the Syndra.
So Fisher can still flex this top if they want to put it in the hands of Benjani. I'm pretty sure Benjani is not really an Aurora top player, so to my knowledge, this is your mid lane matchup. I like it for Robbie Bob. I think Syndra, has traditionally been a lane bully pick. But nowadays, with her new kit, she's much more scaling. Aurora doesn't have a ton of kill threat into you as long as you keep the Sky of the Week up for whenever she hops forward. So Robbie's just going to be able to farm up here. Xayah is a good answer into Gravity already because that Featherstorm gets a ton of value, right? You can just jump over the Chains of Corruption. You can jump over a Scatter of the Week here, and you get the buff of the Lovers Duo to really complete a pretty good engage forward already. I like the idea of this combo of the Aurora and the Rakan setting up the rest of Fisher College. Maybe just looking for one more big engage tool to follow up with this Rakan, but I expect that to come out from Brunis. So far, both these teams starting to put together a pretty good identity, getting a lot of their damage out the way early as we have a Thresh lock in. Wow, I'm used to Thresh coming through when you've already lost a ton of supports from the Fearless format, later in best of 5s. Not this early on. This is a all Calamity call. He wants to play this Thresh in this spot.
I love to see it, dude. I love to see these new up-and-coming supports want to, show out on some of these really high mechanical champions. I don't know how much Thresh All Calamity really plays in solo queue, but certainly hoping it is a fair bit, as this is a pick that is always really, really exciting to see. But, this is like we saw out of guys like Cryogen, who's set to make his NACL debut this year, is when these up-and-comers are really willing to go for the high mechanical champions, show what sets them apart from the majority of the field. It's always a good thing. All Calamity going to try to do that here in this game number 2.
Now, second phase bans, Fisher College once again committing to paying the Alorum tax and then some. I wouldn't be shocked if we just see them take away Ornn again. Why not? Or maybe a different tank you don't want to deal with. Why not? Just pinch that pool for Alorum because he's definitely going to pick a tank regardless. Yeah, so there's the Ornn taken away as well. Vi and Jace were taken away by Gravity here. Like getting rid of that Vi go button, I think it pairs well. A lot of people love I feel like Aurora is the steal your girl when it comes to the champion synergy for Orianna, right? Used to love the Vi Orianna, the Nocturne Orianna, but now we're seeing the Vi Aurora and the Nocturne Aurora.
Oh, Shimmer!
Gravity are just flexing their comfort picks in this one, Gordo.
Love it. Love to see Shimmer on his Shyvana. It's a classic pick of his. He loves to play these hard farming kind of AP carry-ish junglers. We got to see him on the Zyra before. Now we get to see him on the Shyvana in this game number 2. It's taken some nerfs to the chin here and there, but is certainly going to be an exciting one to check out from Shimmer here. He's set up to hard farm. He's got some really reliable carries, especially coming into the late game with Robbie Bob on this Syndra and Sage Wabe on this Varus. They're saving last pick for Alorum in the top lane. I'm going to take a wild guess here. I'm going to bet it's going to be a solid, reliable frontliner for this team to just play some very stock standard, farm it up, win team fights League of Legends.
So the Pantheon gets through this time around. Was banned away from Gravity, or it was banned away in a Gravity game prior. Likely going to be, it's going to be that jungle Pantheon. You can play it mid. It's a little crazy to play it mid. That's more like solo queue tech in my mind. This is going to be Brunus playing the Pantheon jungle. This was also popularized by a lot of the tier 1 leagues to start off season 15, and the Jax in the top lane. So I am a little bit worried about Fisher's reliable, like, sort of go button setup. I know you have the Grand Starfall with the Pantheon, but I really just feel like a Nocturne would have worked a lot better here. Like, you get the Nocturne Aurora combo of dropping the lights and the between worlds at the same time. I think that works a bit better, but you do have a lot of damage, and you have some split lane threat with this Jax and this Aurora. So Fisher maybe going to try and spread the map out with this comp and be able to kind of soak whatever Gravity's engage is going to look like. Oh my god, this is... Woo, we're gonna have some fun with this game on the Gravity side. We get a Alorum Urgot, a Shimmer Shyvana, and an All Calamity Thresh to try and get this win.
Wow, I mean, this is an old school Alorum classic. Like, LCS era Alorum was playing the Urgot, and it's what he wants to try to round out his week number 1 of the OQs with, because a win here means he's done for the weekend. He'll be back next Saturday. So everybody, straight comfort, top to bottom, looking to just jam their game and blow Fisher out of the water after a game number 1 that was probably a little closer than they may have wanted it to be. Let's find out if Fisher's going to be able to keep the fight back against them. Bajani, quite the adept Jax player. We got to see Brunus in game number 1 look really, really strong in the jungle alongside Wayna. It looks like they've got a skilled mid-jungle duo from what they've been able to pick up from the ERLs. And Brabro and Sword Blue, you know, they've got the ability to engage and self-peel respectively if they want to be able to come in later into this game and help this team be able to come up with a win. So they got some powerful picks in their own right. They got some comfort picks in their own right. They're going to need to execute at a very high level, though, to challenge Gravity on some of their most comfortable picks.
And they're going to have to look to execute early on, which Fisher already shown they have the ability to do with how much disruption they caused in the early and the mid game of that previous matchup. Because the scaling for Gravity is terrifying, right? Like, everyone talks about Urgot. I think they like to say level 13 when you max out the shotgun legs is when Urgot really becomes a menace online. Obviously, Shyvana is a champion that needs to power farm to get those critical AP items that allow her Dragon Form to do ludicrous damage. Syndra is a scaling champion by design as well now into another not really tanky comp, with only Brunus being able to block the unleashed power damage. Like, a scaled Robbie Bob can pick one person out from Fisher and delete them. And then Sage Wabe is likely to play that bridge role, Gordo, because we expect into such a squishy comp this to be that lethality Varus with another burst-based ability set to get the win home for Gravity.
Absolutely here. So, looking like it's going to really come down to what this early jungle looks like, right? Shimmer needs to be level 6 before he's really able to flex his muscles on this Shyvana. Brunus, meanwhile, absolutely going to be up in people's faces, trying to get these early ganks on off, maybe as soon as level 2 or 3. The Pantheon has such strong power spikes in just the first couple of levels. He could really try to swing one of these lanes. Look towards the immobile Robbie Bob if you can get towards him on the Syndra. Look towards Alorum on this Jax if you're able to get Bajani a lead on the Jax. Lots of opportunities to develop an advantage if he is able to have some creative pathing and find himself a pathway to get a strong early gank.
Gonna need it. You're gonna see how some of these season 15-esque champions operate with this Brunus Pantheon. Look for that mid-jungle duo that Gordo was hyping up to really spike around level 6. An ideal early game here for Fisher is to allow, to settle in, wait for those ultimates, and then you want to get Brunus and Wayna out on the map. You want to be overloading sides, looking for dives, especially onto some pretty immobile champions, right? Like Robbie Bob, Sage Wabe. Those are the Varus and the Syndra, especially without summoners, are going to be pretty easy targets, and you can go for a Thresh, who everyone likes to outline as a jack of all trades, master of none. He's going to be somewhat tanky, but not tanky enough to be listed as a non-target with these combos. So I have to see if Fisher can be the aggressors in that early window if they want to force themselves to a spot to have a day off on Sunday, but they'd have to go for the reverse sweep. And it's time to see how it all plays out, where the magic happens in League of Legends. On to Summoner's Rift, Game 2, with Gravity looking for the knockout blow.
Indeed. On to Summoner's Rift for game number 2 of our second series of the day. Big opportunity for Gravity to lock in their spot in week number 2 right now. Meanwhile, going to see Fisher College trying to force themselves to a game number 3 here. They looked real competitive in their first game up against this Gravity squad. See if they can reprise that and take it just that little bit further to be able to come up with a win.
Another game with a fan start. So we're 5-point across the Rift here. This is, get used to this, League of Legends fans. Riot is gutting all your wacky lane assignments, in this early window. So we're going to get back to this, which does mean we don't have to account for any wacky matchups. I do feel like this is one of the rare games we've seen today watching Gravity, Gordo, where lane swapping doesn't benefit either team. You don't want to put either Jax or Urgot into a 1 versus 2.
You don't. So it looks like we will get some standard lanes, which we haven't gotten out of Gravity yet today, as you brought up. Find out if that changes some of the fates here for the side of Fisher College. Bajani, a very strong top laner in his own right, was in the NACL himself for a little bit on that old CLG Faith team. Well, we'll see how he's going to stand toe-to-toe against the weak side king himself, Alorum, when he's on one of his few picks that, wants a little bit of economy. The Urgot can definitely benefit from being able to get some early gold, get some of that scaling going. Is this and the on-hit Nico are the kind of carry-ish picks that I really associate with Alorum, and the latter, not really an option anymore, although Al Calamity's slow on the play there, and that might be first blood going over. Sage Wabe so low, just barely gets out of range.
But that completely wrecks bottom lane here. I don't know how Sage Wabe can really justify staying around. He doesn't have a cleanse. Doesn't get any value here, and one knockup could really spell his doom, or at least burning both of those summoners. So again, Fisher College come out in the early stages and recognize where to optimize a lead in one of their key lanes, and it's Brabro and Sword Blue, 2 guys that we didn't get to talk about a lot in that game 1 loss.
Yeah, really strong start for them to be able to take out some kind of advantage in the 2-on-2. And I mean, the dream is going to be for them, for Bajani to be able to do the same up against Alorum here. I think you would kind of associate what their skill sets are. Bajani, I think, much more likely to be playing these kind of split push carries like the Jax and trying to build out a lead in the 1-on-1. So I think Fisher College should be very comfortable getting into these matchups and with the success they've found in them so far.
Bill would like to see Brunus off his full clear, look to punish one of these lanes. Shimmer doesn't have a lot to really gank effectively without setup, and the only real lane with true setup is going to be Al Calamity in the spot side. So Brunus off his full clear. Where are we going to go here to try and push a lead, lean towards one of these lanes? We saw Bajani already maybe trying to threaten a gank of his own, but it's really Brunus that needs to be that catalyst.
Absolutely. So eyes on being able to get some action started. Robbie Bob landing a nice little scatter of the week there. Really has Wayne up pretty low. Both junglers arriving to the scene. Shimmer might be up a little far, though. They're going to be able to find a little damage onto him, but they do end up backing on away. I saw an angle for Brunus to go in, but I think Wayne's low health bar really talked them out of it.
CS lead growing here for Brabro. Curious when they're going to look for a reset angle, especially spotting both those junglers in mid lane. They have both the mid laners teleporting back to lane here, so Brabro and company can continue being aggressive as Bajani's starting to get some pretty positive trades as well. The 2 sides of the map right now are the pinpoints for Fisher College, as Bajani really trying to force at least a summoner out of Alorum.
Play back away, Sword Blue going to be able to land that hook onto Brabro, but a nice cleanse going to be able to get him out of danger. Piercing arrow though, a ton of damage from Sagewabe. He flashes forward, it's matched by Brabro, and one more shot cannot be found. The bot laner will not fall. Brunus on his way now bottom, but Sagewabe and Alcalamity should already be disengaging. Gotta be careful though, no flash on Sagewabe.
Yeah, if Brunus hits a big spear here, doesn't have the passive stacked up, but they could just look for this dive. Barrier's still available for Sagewabe.
What? Be a knockup landed onto Sage, and Brunus is going to be able to take him down. Sword Blue burning on the opposite side, and Alcalamity does fall.
See both mid laners trade their flashes as well at the very same time. Is they're very far too low. Wondering if one of them's waiting for the level 6 to come across, but Robbie doesn't hit the stun on the Sky of the Week. Gets enough damage off it to set up the W and gets himself his first solo bolo of the qualifiers.
Well done for Robbie Bob, winning out in the one-on-one while his bot lane is getting a little bit bullied. Alcalamity did manage to get that trade back, which is a little bit of a saving grace, but Sagewabe doesn't even get his name on it, so no assist gold for that. Varus going to be on a bit of a budget.
This top lane might get real crazy too once level 6s take over. Lorm gets it first. I thought he might try and force the issue, but no, he won't commit. Got ultimate, and Shimmer is able to, was that without smite, steal away that, or to take that dragon. So first monster slaying step.
Yeah, I mean, he had the smite, he just didn't use it, I think. Trusted, hey, you know what? I'll get that last hit in there, take the Dark Passage, get myself out of there to safety. I've got Alcalamity in my back pocket, no risk to me here, and you know, getting that passive stacked up on the Shyvana, she cares a lot more than the average bear about securing these early dragons.
Without a doubt. Won't be able to have access towards the grub side of the map here, as Brunus is using that timer to go for a bit of aggression. Alcalamity nearly hits a pretty big hook on the Brabro. Sagewabe not enough in the damage tank to really start trading. Putting a lethality Varus behind is pretty big, because even with how cheap the items are, you can buy yourself time to where you aren't just like pure stat checked by raw AD if you are Brabro. So Sagewabe, we hyped him up. The Kaisa and the Jhin games back-to-back were nearly flawless, and now it's time to see what he looks like when he doesn't earn himself a lead early on.
Indeed. It is certainly going to be what we...
CS too.
Yeah, I mean, it's Sagewabe, that early lane trade really just having lasting impacts here. It's set up for him to be able to be dove, then cost him yet further farm and set Brabro even further ahead. So they're going to take a recall here, and I think that's going to give Brabro quite the item spike. I think he's going to, yeah, he at least gets the Warhammer down. So quite the stat difference if you look at these two inventories.
Yeah, almost done with that Essence Reaver first item, which is going to be big. Shimmer does tick over to level 6, has been power farming along, has a slight camp lead over Brunus, and that's what's important to watch. Every time we get to a juncture point, right, with a neutral coming up, when do Gravity have the tools to really match Fisher's early to mid-game focus comp? So getting Shimmer first item online is going to be a big spot for that. I don't know. He's still got some time here. The next Grubs and Dragon aren't coming for a while. So these are the pockets where you want to see Gravity play slow, but they're looking for picks here.
Yeah, looking to be able to get this dive off on Oena, but between worlds, making a big difference. Shimmer, one more shot.
Block
would have gotten the kill onto him. He got a little trapped in there with his big dragon body, but Alcalamity able to bail him out with a Dark Passage.
That's a pretty big win. That's Shimmer's flash out, but we're fighting in the jungle here. Alcalamity can get stunned up. There's the Chains of Corruption off of the Flay to lock down Sword Blue, but he jumps back towards his AD carry, and Brabro's going to drop the Feather Storm to find the first kill. Chaos breaks out, but it's Sagewabe that finds himself the victor once more of a double kill. Shut down over to Robbie Bob, but the fight shifts itself back towards the top side as we got those top laners done playing Ultimate Chicken. Fear Beyond Death nearly gets the kill on a bit. Johnny Alorma flashes through and chains him back. Solo bolo for Alorma on his patented Urgot.
How long has it been since we've gotten to say solo kill for Alorum? The answer is actually only a couple of games, because he did it on the failed dives in game number 1, but What a play for him in the top lane. And who was catching who in that bot lane jungle fight, Slayer? I mean, it was at first Gravity who thought that they had the pick on the Sword Blue, but then they're the ones getting turned around on with how low Shimmer is. But then Sage Wabe, 1 versus 2, face to face with a bunch of bot laners who have no cooldowns, just melts right through him and makes it a 2 for 2.
And that is big because Sage Wabe needs to play the bridge role when we talk about how Gravity's comp evolves. They need time on this Urgot, on the Shyvana, on the Syndra for 2 to 3 item breakpoints. But if Sage Wabe can rush towards that Youmuu's, get those lethality items going with the Mount Immune, he can be that bridge champion to Gravity's golden road. And the fact he was able to grab that big double kill is massive. Good dodge on the Sky of the Week there from Wayna. Might have gotten picked up by Al Calamity, but continues to be pesky in that mid lane.
Continues to be pesky for certain. Wayna finding himself some nice little fancy feet. Be able to get himself out of danger. Skill shot ACC, not too big of a problem for the Bunny Rabbit. Sage Wabe.
Yeah, he's
trying to beat in Bajani, but he's just a little too smart for it.
He's not falling for it here. That is a guy that understands the AD carry mindset. Whenever you see an AD carry walk up to you and you're anybody but an AD carry, they are not alone, and Bajani will not fall for it.
Sure. So we're back to a little bit of a period of peace. The Void Grubs being worked on by Shimmer, and that's a selfless jungler right there, right? You know, playing with the rest of your team up towards the top side. Oh wait, I'm speaking too soon. Alorum getting dove in the bottom lane, 1 versus 3.
Out of cooldowns.
You're beyond
death. Oh, if he stayed up, that's a trade.
Very close to it. Alorum dies just a little too fast. Robbie threatening a solo kill in his own right. And as I was saying, Shimmer going for the grubs here, tying his team up in 3-3, but it sacrifices this dragon and those crucial dragon stacks for the Shyvana.
Well, this is a risky try. Brunus is far too low from his dive, and Gravity are screaming down the mid lane to get here. Shimmer's gonna already ult as Wayna's gonna teleport in, does a ton of damage, but Shimmer's gonna force his way in. It's actually Brabro that secures the dragon, and Wayna's gonna go on the back line to try and knock down Robbie Bob. Wayna has the first kill, and now all Calamity's cornered. Shimmer's sectioned off. Fisher somehow with the low health bars are gonna turn this into a dragon and 3 massive kills. Shimmer's gonna find 1 on the trade back, but he's still gonna end up falling. Wayna's might is enough to get Fisher a huge win at a juncture.
Yeah, I mean, you were right that it was dangerous for Brunus to start off that Dragon Slayer, but it's also dangerous for Gravity to just send all their members into the bottom river when they've already lost some cross map in the form of Alorum, and they just aren't ready to be able to take that fight at uneven numbers. It gets cleaned up by Wayna, who is able to keep themselves safe and evade any of that extra damage coming in from Shimmer, and they secure the dragon to boot. A huge win for Fisher College.
Yeah, I get Shimmer popping the ult already, so he's already in fight mode, but maybe saving that to try and knock Wayna out of that leap with the dragon form transformation. I don't know, but Wayna has been such a nuisance. Ignored dives, kept that flash up through all those dives, using the ultimate well. So when he does need to flash, it's to find a game-breaking fight win here. This Aurora is in such a tough spot and is really the bane to Gravity's existence, because Amena has pretty easy access to Sage Wabe and Robbie Bob as this game goes on. There's not a lot of traditional Gravity peel to protect Sage Wabe and Robbie like we've seen in past games.
Really good job. Really good job by Fisher to now get themselves into a 2K gold lead. I think this is about as big of a lead as they've had in this series, and they're on some picks where it could be very, very detrimental for Gravity's chances if this game continues on in this manner, right? Gravity are on lethality Varus. Yeah. They've got this Urgot who's not really been able to build a lead in the one-on-one, and the Jax who's just going to keep on scaling. Bajani already starting to flex his muscles on him a little bit. This could be Fisher College starting to break away with a lead here. It's really going to be a lot of emphasis on Robbie Bob, who is a strong scaling character, and look at that.
Again, Wayna again just soaked so much pressure. It's impossible to gank this Aurora. And it's buying Fisher more space here. They were potentially setting up for an Alorum dive while you're making those great points, Gordo. All Calamity comes up here. But to really reinforce what you're saying, even from draft, we talked about it, that Fisher have to be the one with agency in the mid game if they want to survive the scaling, or I guess stop the scaling from being a reality of Gravity. And they're doing that to a T right now.
Doing it very, very well. And, you know, they're being safe and responsible with these leads. You can see Lena knows the limits of this Aurora, playing out far, but not too far to where Between Worlds isn't a sufficient escape tool. And then when they show 2 resources bottom, gives the opportunity to match 2 resources up top, lets Bajani play a little bit more aggressive, build up more of a CS lead up against Alorum. It's, you know, it's simple stuff about the basics of League of Legends, but really tough to see executed on at like the collegiate team level very often.
Right. And we're starting to see one of the real shortcomings of this Gravity comp, and mainly the Shyvana pick. Where is the reliable CC on Gravity, right? Like, so much of it is skill shot dependent. Chains of Corruption, you know, Death Sentence hooks, scatter the weak stuns. Those are your hard CC abilities in this composition. And it's making it so hard for Gravity to do what they did last game, which was constantly look for good picks across the map to get gold back into their comp. You can't do that when you're so skill shot reliant. It's impossible to really lock down a Brabro with Flash, with his ultimate up, a Wayna with Flash coming up soon, with that Between Worlds. Gravity have to find wins by Fisher over-aggressing, but they're just getting picks after picks. With the Grand Starfall, Alorum, he's 1 versus 3. This guy's as good as dead.
And dead he is. Another pick, this one going over to Brunis. He gets an extra bit of gold in his inventory. And it is Alorum off the map on the Urgot. Yet again, he still has not finished his first item. He's going to be away from it for a while longer. Robbie Bob is getting bursted out by Wayna. Between Worlds comes on off. He gets stunned up anyway. Flashed away. Robbie trying to build some space, and Shimmer comes in to save his life. One more Dragon's Breath to take down the mid laner and keep Robbie alive with just a sliver.
Oh, Gravity, it doesn't matter how close it is. Shutdowns are shutdowns. Gold influx is what's needed. But man, was that one any the dirtiest? I would say if we like to use clean as that's antonym to the usual.
The thing is both dirty and clean mean the same thing when they need to. You know, they both need like a real good play. Oh, man, this might be a real good play though.
Oh. That knockup was anything but murky coming across from Sword Blue. Gets Shimmer and Sagewabi up in the air. Sage had to burn both his summoners to get out. Alarm's going to teleport in here, but Bajani and Wayna have found the gem. They get the flank and cut down Sagewabi, cut the knees off of Gravity, and now they're going to crawl themselves back to the turret. Hooks the land for all Calamity on a Brabro. Good scatter of the week over the wall from Robbie Bob. Gets the kill, takes the dark pass. The damage from this Aurora just blows Gravity up. Bajani triple kill. Gravity are aced.
The Grandmaster at Arms, Bajani, tears Gravity apart, sends him to the ground as 3 members hit the dirt. What a play on the Jax. Perfect positioning for the Counter-Strike stun. And now with nearly a 6K gold lead, a second dragon in their inventory, Fisher College are pulling away with game 2.
They've got themselves the feats off the back of that as well. They took the first turret. That's the monster slaying secured. Another big injection, and like you called out, Fisher College, the synergy up behind these plays is just wonderful to watch, and it's the solo lanes of Bajani and Wayna doing so much work, creating complete chaos in the back line of Gravity. And now now it seems to the point where I don't think scaling's a reality here for Gravity. They can't just sit back and farm their way back into this one. Gravity are on the back foot in a big way here.
They definitely are. They do manage to secure themselves the Rift Herald. Whether they'll get a good opportunity to use it is another question. Because look at Bajani. Look how strong he is underneath the turret, flexing on Alorum.
Wow, they have really punished Alorum for picking a non-tank for once here. Shimmer gonna get into a 1v1 with Bajani, but that Counter-Strike gets so much value, takes the turret, and now Shimmer, you've got no friends with you. This is Fisher College's jungle as they knock down another 2-2 turret and inflate their gold even further.
All right, first of all, props to Shimmer. He stole the Gromp with Dragon's Breath. You got to give props where it's due. I saw that happen. I saw him proc the treat and everything. Good stuff. Also, yeah, little known, maybe not little known. Depends on how many people read abilities. My experience is very few. Counter-Strike reduces the damage to AoE abilities as well. So like you said, having Counter-Strike up, tanking up that Dragon's Breath, really just reducing the damage to nearly nothing. I mean, Shimmer sees a low health target, thinks, hey, I'm AP Shyvana. I'm gonna launch myself in there. No way I can't finish this guy up. You can't.
I mean, Bajani is full-blown raid boss right now. He's got Sundered Sky and Triforce. He can neuter basically the damage of everybody on Gravity if they try and jump him. Like, Bajani is just going to play his own game on the side lane. Nobody can ever kill him in a matchup. They have to continually answer him, and once he gets his TP back up, he'll go for another one of those crazy Counter-Strike stuns that might just win Fisher this game and force us the distance.
Just might. Tossing spear.
It's looking that way.
Brunus certainly wants to find another pick. Composition, it's strong enough now to where it can win straight up 5-on-5s. Oh, and Sagewabe just barely missing the Chains of Corruption there. Another tool not going to be available for an upcoming fight. But yeah, the fact that this like pick-focused composition can just win straight up 5-on-5s now, it's looking dicey for Gravity.
And again, it's Gravity relying on skill shot-based crowd control to start their fights that Fisher College have so many answers for, and how Bajani could just be a nuisance sitting in this mid lane, dodging Alorum dashes through. Bajani is looking to fight Alorum in front of 3 of his friends. But keep in mind, as they go for Bajani here, the Otacon is going down in the picture-in-picture, so it took 4 members of Gravity to knock down Bajani as they get Ruinous Otacon, and Shimmer has to hop at Shelly just to try and make an escape.
He's gonna get this turret. He's gonna get the objective bounty if it kills him.
Yeah, it's going to kill him, all right. Oh, he's out back in. All right. They're going to smite him out of it now. Shimmer's dead. He doesn't even have the Dragon Form left. There's no rage. So Shimmer trades his life for a turret, which actually is a bigger win when you look at the rest of the map.
Wait a second. Nobody's here. This is going to be an inner going down. These are all with objective bounties. The gold slingshot here, pretty nuts. They don't get the mid-inner. I think they maybe should have stayed and tried to take the mid-inner. It's worth losing 1 or 2 members. That's a boatload of gold.
Oh, they're not getting these recalls off. Brunus.
All right, well, if you also lose members, then it's really not worth it. Yeah, you really should have taken the turret.
Brunus is still looking with Sword Blue. This would be an aggressive ultimate. Destinant's not going to land. In goes Brunus. The Chains of Corruption are down, but all Calamity is picked, so they are going to end up losing their support after all of that, Gordo.
They should have taken the inner turret. He should have taken the inner turret, Slayer. They ended up losing El Calamity anyway. And now, without that member, with full forces of Fisher College pushing on towards their turrets, it is a dangerous position to be in. Robbie Bob not quite able to find the angle for the scat of the week, and they might have to bail on their last inner turret. It's so hard to defend here. It's so greedy to be up there, and they are punished for it. Shimmer and Robbie Bob are down.
Fisher College wants the smoke. They want to go for their own upper bracket run of Destiny, and they're real close to doing it. They've got a ton of turret gold down. They're going to be able to set themselves up for a Hextech soul point off this dragon. Gravity can't do anything. And again, the scaling threats for Gravity are just too far behind. Look at the item differences right now. Robbie Bob just barely got to a second item, Cosmic Drive, which is just a pure survivability play, into a nearly 3-item Aurora. Brunus is up a whole item over Shimmer. Bajani's up an item and then some over Alorum. This game looks over for Gravity. They're going to have to get it done in game 3.
I think you're pretty close to being right here, Slayer. Alorum caught on out. Triple knock-up found by Sword Blue. And Robbie Bob doing his best to try to scatter the back away. Bajani's in there. Bajani's stunning up 3. 1-shot damage onto Sword Blue, but Bajani, he needed to be the focus. Robbie Bob has already dropped. Sagewabe focused down in towards the mid lane, and Bajani still running amok towards the rest of the squad. Alorum just a couple of shots away from finishing him off, but it's Bajani all day long. Alorum finally puts a stop to his rampage, but 4 members are already down.
And now all the inhibitors are under threat here. Brutus is cleaning up jungle camps. Wayna's getting another push in as well. They won't go for the inhibitor turrets. They're far too low. But it's Fisher flexing their muscles once more. And they can just reset and look for the big purple worm that's coming in under a minute. Gravity, they are pitched off from the entirety of the map, too far behind to fight their way out. It's going to take a Fisher throw for us to see Gravity find any success.
Indeed it will. Indeed it will. A Fisher throw.
Where do we throw an NA though? Where do we throw an NA all the time?
Listen, a throw in round 2 of tier 3 open qualifiers, not out of the picture. Not out of the question. I don't think anybody would be too shocked to learn that a game was thrown at this level. But Fisher, they've been disciplined throughout the day. I think they've done very, very well of not giving in to temptation, not taking fights that they shouldn't. And here comes another fight that looks pretty good on paper.
Tons of charms landed in the between worlds, grabbing more value for Wayna. They've got Robbie Bob down, one of the main damage dealers. Brutus is far too taky to deal with him, and Johnny's gonna TP himself in. Fear Beyond Death does get one back onto Brutus, but it's still main advantage over to Fisher with the mid-jungle duo. The scaling threat of Gravity down. Luckily for Gravity though, without Brutus up, Baron isn't an imminent threat just yet, but there's pings flying towards that worm.
They need to be able to keep Robbie Bob and Shimmer alive. They need some additional damage sources because Sage Wabe is the lethality Varus. He can't just sit there auto-attacking for the carry. And now he's going to be the one that's tasked with dealing all the damage to stop this Baron. Look at Bajani launching himself in 1 versus 3. Still confident to keep on going. They can't stop him. Bajani comes up with 2 more.
I mean, this Jax is disgusting. 2.5 items. He had the stasis even if he wanted to. And for a Baron that looked very risky for Fisher College, it's been Johnny to the rescue once again. He is the reason why Gravity just will not find a way back into this game unless they catch them on some resets here. What a great charm coming across from Swordblue. Knocks up both Alorum and Shimmer, trying to pick up Johnny, and now Swordblue can retreat back to his base knowing his team found those clutch kills. 4 down now for Gravity. This Baron at game 2, a guarantee for Fisher College.
Wow, I mean, it just looks like they have the opportunities here. That looks like they have the moments to try to come back into it, but they're just too big. They're just too strong. Swordblue and Bajani both clutching up the veterans on this Fisher College team, able to find themselves great angles to play with and able to come up and just take down whoever comes up to challenge them. It needs to be a change in game plan from Gravity, but I just don't see what opportunities are left for them at nearly 30 minutes into the game, down 10,000 gold.
It is just to stall out a formality, it feels like, with the way Gravity, how far behind they are. It's just the same story. But Johnny being the focal point. People need to start talking about Fisher College as a team here. Impressive results in NACC so far, and now putting a fight up against a graded top 10 OQ team by a lot of metrics, maybe just outside the top 10, depending on who you ask. Fisher College, they are the better team in game 2. They've been super polished to really force Gravity to bring their A game in a series so early in the qualifiers where they certainly didn't expect to have to.
And now it's up to going to be some of 3 of my favorite words, Slayer. Fearless game 3 likely coming up here. An engage comes through from Wayna, and he just gets one shot. This may be the small moment of over-aggression that we have been waiting for. It's not going to pull Gravity back into the game, but it might keep them alive for a little bit longer.
Dimmer trying to get as much as he can out of his dragon form, as that's a huge scare of the week, and does get the Dragon's Breath through. Another damage dealer pick. Maybe Fisher walked a bit too far forward. Swordblue gets a big stun up as they send Benjani into the stasis, trying to kill off Sagiwabe, but he survives, and it's going to hit him with a piercing arrow to the heart. Gravity are not out of it just yet. Make one hell of a base stand.
Great fight from Gravity. There's the mistake we were waiting for. Wayna steps up a little too far. Brabro does the very same. Gets caught by a beautifully placed scatter of the week from Robbie Bob, and that gives them big injections of gold and big shutdowns and an opportunity at this dragon and the objective bounty that comes with it. But Brutus is still alive. Wayna just respawned with TP. It is not a done deal.
And they could just look for this Hextech Soul as well. And Alorum knows that he's trying to get over to the pit, but Grand Starfall's coming across. They want Alorum. TP deep into the bottom lane as well. That was Wayna, like you called out, but Alorum survives, having to burn a flash at the very least.
This is Dragon Soul. I just think Brunus is going to be able to secure it. There's too many waves to deal with, too much threat walking into this fully vision controlled by Fisher College blue side jungle. So it will be a Dragon Soul and more prayers for throws coming in from Gravity.
Hextech Soul is just such a pain point for Gravity to really deal with. Now every single projectile that hits them is going to slow them up, really add so much extra burst ability to Fisher's comp. Unless they get themselves caught by a stray hook, you know, maybe a scout of the week from a 3-item Robbie Bob now onto a carry, Fisher are still, it is still their game to lose. And they have one more inhibitor knockdown to really put the icing on this cake.
Hook does come on through. Alorum going to be able to flip it. They're going to turn on back in Bajani. They really want to be able to melt this guy down, but he's just losing everything. I mean, 3 versus 1, they find themselves another hook, but the damage dealers aren't the ones that are here. Sagewabe finds a piercing arrow over on the other side. Between Worlds comes on across. Alorum is already down. Shimmer's caught on the wrong side, and it's just Fisher College running away with it again. Robbie Bob wasn't even there, and this is the guy that you need to be your big carry. He's charmed on up, looking for an angle to be able to scatter the weak, to be able to unleash power. Does it, but it's at the cost of his life. He only took down Brubro, and the rest of the team are still standing. Fisher College come up with the game number 2 win. Dominant fashion from them. They force a game number 3.
I was not expecting us to be going the distance on day 1. But boy, am I happy as a League of Legends fan that I am to do so. What a game from Fisher College. And it's been Johnny that needs to be the hero highlighted in this one. The Jax was a raid boss. He was a great team fighter, unrelenting split pusher, and of course the final desperation play for Gravity was to try and get Bajani, and it's what lost them the game after they found a bit of a foothold in that one.
Absolutely. I mean, just really, really strong performances again from Brunus and Wayna. These two have really been showing up where it counts. And yes, some really big highlight plays and important team fights from Bajani as well. He performs incredibly well in his lane up against Alorum, builds out that lead in the one-on-one, finishes it out with about a 3K individual gold lead, and really is that big frontline force that the team needed him to be.
Yeah, and Sword Blue as well. That's a great stat line on the Rakan. Had a couple of really clutch, like multi-man knockups, big charms to stop Alorum from running down the rest of his team. This was about as complete of a Fisher College win as you're going to get outside of maybe one team fight in the enemy base. Really impressive stuff here. And now, regardless of where we go with this game 3 win, Gordo, like either of these two teams, whichever one does drop to losers bracket, they are a nightmare matchup on the losers bracket side of things. That we've learned with these 2 games back to back, knowing what we already know about Gravity, but now seeing what Fisher College looks like when they're in sync. It sucks that one of these 2 teams has to drop into the losers bracket so early in my mind.
It really does. So, I mean, that's how the cookie crumbles, and one of them will be moving on, looking real strong to stage number 3. The other be a big threat in the lower bracket, but you don't want to be in that position. You don't want to have to start fighting in losers this early on.
No, you don't.
A big, important game number 3 coming up. You don't get very many lives in this format. Let's find out what it's going to look like with 20 champions fearless off the board. Sorry to a quick break for now, but we'll see you guys on the other side.
Welcome everybody into the do or die game number 3 to conclude our day here on the HC Sports broadcast. Fisher College with a commanding game 2 win have put Gravity in an uncomfortable spot, maybe an unexpected spot by a lot of measures, but the stakes are still massive. You can see below us 20 champions taken off the board here. Gravity have side selection. They wanted blue side, looking for a bounce back win, Gordo, and they're still going back to the same bands, the same champions they don't want to deal with, Callista, and we expect to be a Cassante as well.
Yeah, definitely a lot on the line here. This is very early to go to the lower bracket. You do not want to have to find yourself trying to fight for your life with only one loss before you're eliminated from the tournament at this stage. It's dangerous territory to be in, and you do not want to find yourself in it. So going to be a big game for both of these teams to try to fight their way forward. Fisher College kind of already playing with house money a little bit here. They were not the favorites in their original matchup, took the win there, and now looking very good against Gravity as well. Solid performances all around.
Solid performances indeed, especially from their top side here. You know, Maina, then Johnny, really just showing out in that game number 2 win. Where do Fisher College want to put their strengths here? For Gravity, they're going to go with a B1 Azir. Just really want to put Robbie Bob on a pivotal champion where he can win this series for Gravity. I don't hate it, but obviously you leave yourself up for some counter picks here, and Fisher are going to immediately grab Maina the Hui. So we're going to have an artillery mage fight for the first time today, Gordo.
All right. So it's a classic for Robbie Bob, of course, in the form of the Azir, but that way, very, very powerful right now. And it's a great duo with the Vi. You can guarantee a Severing Bolt land with that ultimate, and that's going to be super, super valuable. So Fisher, some great bread and butter lockdown onto a carry target like the Azir, or onto whatever Sagewabe ends up going for. But is this the Shen jungle coming back? Is this really going to be a major pick for this Gravity team? It kind of looks like it to me.
I guess, and I don't hate it if you're playing for like 2 scaling hyper carries in your backline, right? It's just extra protection with the Stand United alone, and then the peel factor you have with the taunt, blocking auto attacks, and yeah, there you go. They're gonna duo up the same sort of combo. So they're putting Sagewabe and Robbie Bob on champions that will define this game 3, either by not being the difference or being the difference.
Definitely going to be a big difference maker for this Gravity team. I think like having Sagewabe having a regular DPS carry that isn't, you know, either gated by an ammo mechanic or gated by the fact that your itemization requires you to just use like Q channels and not auto attacks. Such a big difference, I think, for this team. I think Sagewabe has been their best performer today across all 4 games played so far. Sagewabe has been the best player, and you just got to give him that independence to be able to perform. And playing Kaisa into Hui and Jinx, I think that's a pretty good start here, and you've got that backup in the form of the Shen. You've got the shuffle back there for if you get locked down by the likes of a cease and desist from the Vi. I think this is a much better composition for Gravity.
Interesting adaptation here from Fisher we're seeing in the draft here as well, Gordo. They've consistently banned away Alorum top lane, you know, champions, right? Like they took away Sion Ornn in 2 straight ban phases. This time, they are looking to nerf all Calamity by taking away some engaged champions. I am actually really a fan of this adaptation because I think what we're noticing from Gravity is when you're talking about Sagewabe, but also all Calamity and all those big Sagewabe games was a massive pinpoint as well. When those 2 are ahead or even out of lane, Gravity are a lot more potent. Fisher put them behind in game 2, never looked back. So instead of taking away Alorum tanks that they're still gonna have to deal with no matter what, they're trying to put Gravity in a position where they can't just run over the lane. Interestingly enough, though, the one champion that they left up was the Nautilus that they put next to that Kaisa from Gravity in that game 2 over jungle difference. So I wonder if that's just
Nautilus
the B5.
Nautilus is fearless away.
Oh,
so
I'm blind.
Yeah,
yes.
Not going to be available here, but they go for the Braum instead. Yet further defense for Robbie Bob and Sagewabe. So you know what? This is just like the last Shen composition. This is going to be, everybody mark it down in your calendars. Other casters who are prepping for their own games in week number 2, take a look. This is a comp that Gravity is going to be running throughout this tournament. They go Shen jungle, they go tank support, they go tank top, and they just go front to back carries on their mid and support, or on their mid and AD carry rather. It is not rocket science. It's not anything crazy innovative. Maybe the Shen jungle, you can call it a little bit innovative for NA, but definitely going to be an effective composition when this is how you've built your roster, right? Alorum, one of the best tank players, one of the best weak siders around. Sagewabe and Robbie Bob have the chops to be able to execute in these crucial team fight moments. So this is the comp you end up with.
The difference, the approach against it, though, between our two Gravity opponents today is something to point out. Jungle Difference, when they saw a comp like this get designed, they kind of fell for the trap and picked a lot of, flanking champions, disrupting with all-in mechanic champions, like trying to dive the Kaisa, dive Robbie Bob. Fisher, I like this approach more for what they've shown. They have the engage tool, right? Like Aatrox is going to run in, Vi's going to run in for Brunus, but they do actually outrange with their damage dealers. So you've got Brabro, who's on this Jinx that is going to be a bigger scale and longer range threat. And then the Hui from Mena is also in the same sort of vein up against Robbie Bob's Azir. So like the difference here last time is that Gravity, even if they fall behind, can't just full turtle, because they will get kind of burned through by this Jinx and Hui at range, unlike the time they played this comp against Jungle Difference.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a fair point, right? The Jinx throws a new layer into things, but we've seen how aggressive Sagewabe is going to be willing to play this Kaisa, and I do think that that's like an alternate way to be able to play out your team fights, right? There's plan A, which is front to back, and you rely on your Azir's self-peel plus your Kaisa's EPS to just be able to melt through front to back. But then there's also the approach where you land a little bit of a Void Seeker or something on or near Brabro or Wayna, and then you Killer Instinct into the back line with Shen ultimate already chugging away. You channel 1 to 2 seconds before you press the Killer Instinct, and you can just position Shimmer right where you want him, and there won't be the ability to punish Sagewabe because Shimmer's going to immediately be coming through with Shadow Dash to taunt you. That can set up for Robbie Bob, Owl Calamity, and Alorum to have a hell of a chain CC to just keep people in place and let the backliners tear them apart. So it's a little tougher to execute. The windows are going to be a little tiny, and Fisher College with good positioning can minimize the ability to do it, but it's there and it might happen.
Yeah, it is there. That is a great point to make. The overarching theme here, and it is obvious, it is obvious because we're in a game 3 and Fisher are a bigger opponent than a bunch of master players under a Jungle Difference title, right? But the ability to kind of just lazily group up as 5 and wait until you can front to back with the team that has to fly into you isn't necessarily the reality here. And it's cool to see, like, the qualifiers. Like, our matchup is shown how the qualifiers evolve. Like, this is such a great, like, sort of scientific, like, look at how the qualifier format watch. We see Gravity picking a very similar comp to the team that they 2-0'd last time. Now, what does a newer level opponent look like against them? And you can already see a much more competitive game from draft compared to the last time. You see the qualifiers evolving through Gravity's short road so far. And it just really puts the cherry on top when you think about the fact that this game in particular is for a spot ahead in the winner's bracket to keep your double elimination status. And it all comes down to what happens on the familiar battle arena we all know so well, Gordo.
Always does, always will. And now going to be a chance at a 3rd round winner's side berth for whichever team is able to come out on top. All the marbles on the line here. Loser's bracket doesn't eliminate you, but it is a tough road ahead to try to qualify. You want to be coming in from the winner's side. And I'm going to make a prediction right here, Slayer. I bet all 3 teams that make the NACL at the end of the day, they're going to play the one that qualifies from the losers bracket, they're going to play in 2 qualifier matches, right? It's the 4 teams that are on the winner's side. The 3 teams that make the NACL are going to be comprised of those 4 winner's side teams. I'm going to make that guess.
That's a pretty educated guess, I would say, on my market.
I'm a pretty educated guy.
Yeah, and statistics wise, if you're one of those 4, like, you are just in much better of a spot to promote, and that's where Gravity want to be, but they are far out from that spot, and they've got to put their big boy pants on, maybe when they didn't expect to on day 1, with the way Fisher College have come out and came to play in this opening or second round matchup. We do see the return of lane swaps here, but this time, no matter who tried to initiate it, I guess both are trying to initiate it. They're just going to force the flipped lane assignments. The bottom lanes are going top. The top laners are going to the top lane. So another point to show how level of play evolves as you go through the qualifiers. When Gravity tried this last time with Alorum's Ornn, Jungle Difference fell for the trap, allowed Sagewabi to scale to infinite. Fisher College this time, we're expecting a Scion to be in a 1v2, and they're not going to allow it. They're going to put Bajani in the matchup that will allow him to be a menace.
Absolutely. Welcome aboard, everybody here from Blue Otter, by the way. Thank you very much for the raid. We are here for game number 3, winner's side bracket, open qualifiers. Fisher College taking on Gravity. Going to be winner moving on to week number 2 guaranteed. Loser will have to go and compete in the lower bracket tomorrow and will be 1 loss away from elimination from NACL contention. So lots to play for here, and great competition from Fisher College so far. I think Gravity would have been justified in coming into this assuming they could have a 4-0 day. Fisher College with other plans.
And Fisher College, for a reminder of people who aren't familiar, this is a new era roster from Fisher after a not to their standard finish in the CL bracket with, like, I believe it was technically a top 5 finish, top 6 finish. They wanted more, so they went for a reset in the roster and imported some ERL players in and have looked ever impressive. But Alorum's Scion is Alorum's Scion for a reason, is he's actually winning the matchup into a Bajani Aatrox early on.
Listen, when he gets his moments, if you get to detonate Soul Furnace on somebody, you're winning the trade on Scion if you're in the first couple of levels. That's a good little rule of thumb to play with. And what a good start for him in the side lane. I mean, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself here, but an unexpected trade going way too hard in one team's favor. It's kind of what started off last game. It's what set up Bro and Sword Blue to be so dominant in their lane. This time happens for Alora,
which, albeit won't be game defining of a threat to get ahead, right? It is a tank Scion that will do the same things whether he's 2-0 or 0-2, in my opinion. But yeah, it's more important getting Bajani behind, the hero of game 2 on that Jax. Once again, trying to carry this game home, and he is struggling to catch these waves. Just now got to WCS at 3.5 minutes. That's never where you want to be on a carry top laner.
Never is. Never is. Oh. Going to see what they can do to try to fix Bajani's wave's fate. Fix Bajani's lane position. This time it does look like Brunus wants to come on in and have some impact in mid. Meanwhile, here comes Shimmer, going to be trying to get the fight started onto Sword Blue. First Blood, meanwhile, picked up solo Bolo for Alorum.
I've baited our lovely observer into going top lane when I didn't realize the real bloodbath was at the bottom lane again. This is why Fisher banned away the Scion 2 straight games in a row. And now they're letting Shimmer set up on the spot side as well. A regank onto a flashless Bro. And Gravity are angry that they're in a game 3, and you can tell.
Yeah, and now finding wins on both sides. You got fair lanes in game number 2, and it seemed to favor Fisher. Gravity say, no, wait a second. We can play fair lanes, and we can slam this way as well. They're coming up with wins on both sides now, and the impact on mid lane from Brunus does not end up paying off. Robbie Bob able to navigate himself out of there one way or the other.
Robbie Bob scaling up just fine, but getting early gold on Sagewabi is exactly what made him a Goliath-esque opponent for Jungle Difference the last time he played this Kaista. We do have that big timer with Dragon spawning and Grubs not too far behind, where junglers are going to start playing a much more pivotal role. And Brunus is trying to, off of his first reset, sort of min-backs the timing on this Drake and burn it down on his own. Shimmer is pretty close by, so this could get pretty coin flippy if the pinks start flying, but maybe attention just turns to Wayna, who is about 10% HP, having to flash away from Shimmer. Funnily enough, Wayna losing his flash and nearly dying actually got Brutus enough space to grab that dragon.
Indeed, but it might cost him his life here too. Ow, just barely finding the fear in time. Shimmer is able to not able to find the kill. Rather, Wayna is able to keep himself alive, but oh, he just hits level 6, chucks out the ultimate, doesn't quite land it. Shimmer, though, really looking threatening in this mid lane.
Appreciate all the love coming through from other spots on the qualifiers. Drop Dead Gaming viewers, welcome in to Game 3 between Gravity and Fisher College. Probably one of the most competitive series you're going to watch all day one.
Certainly feels that way, right? I mean, Fisher College have gone toe-to-toe so far. They are getting a little smacked around in the early game here, but in the first couple of games, they were able to really fight Gravity very close, and I'm not counting them out of this game number 3 just yet. It's been these kind of mid-game skirmishy fights where Fisher, I think, have looked their best. Brutus and Wayna, specifically, newcomers to our scene, but looking very, very good in their first few games in the North American space.
And they have time as well. We get the most out of the Vi at level 6. Brutus is still yet to grab that cease and desist, and Wayna is on one of the best scaling champions in the game, despite some of the nerfs with the Hue. So there is still time for Brutus and Wayna to have their effect. Gordy, you pointed out the synergy in that mid jungle from Giraffe as well. So we'll see when that comes across, but it's definitely Gravity that are putting a bit of a tight grip on the map. They grab the first 3 grubs. They have their Kaisa ahead. They don't have to ever worry about Alorum now in this Aatrox matchup for a while, as he's got himself a Cinder Hulk's worth of an advantage on his own. It's going to be on Shimmer to really be able to play the map how he wants, given his lane's winning on 2 fronts, and he just grabs himself Feats of Warfare in the mid lane, but his bottom lane's winning out as well. Gravity are not messing around in this early game, sprint out to a 4-0 kill lead.
Yep, that man is level 5. Wayna got killed as well. Looks like that was a little move up from... Wait, who did kill him? I guess it was Shimmer. Yeah, Shimmer just came in there, picking up the kill. Wayna dropping in mid as well. And yeah, that was a level 5 Alistair. No Unbreakable Will available yet. And they find that regardless of what his will is, his body's quite breakable. Sword Blue dropping on down and a second kill to Sage Wabe.
Yeah, he's expedite shipping on that Kraken Slayer that he's going to bring through in this game. It's going to get a ton of value. And it's just so cool to see Shimmer flexing his unique champion pool in this qualifiers already. The Shen jungle getting so much value in the early phase. With the valuable taunt, you can get so much value on the gank, being able to minimize return damage. And then we obviously know what Shen is really good for once he gets his ultimate, what we expect from him in the other lanes. But the value Shimmer's Shen gets on the map is hard to quantify, and you're seeing it already when Gravity need to win badly.
Definitely. Shimmer's Shen has been very, very good. This is the second time we've gotten to see it, which is as many times as it's possible to see it in a Fearless format over the course of 2 series. Look very, very good on it. And the use of the ultimate, it's just going to have so much value. That shield, they buff it every time they feel like Shen isn't getting played enough. And oh boy, it's just ginormous now.
Big. Whatever synonym you want to use for big. We can run through a couple of them through our casting careers without a doubt. Looking forward, though, where this game moves to next. We are waiting on that next dragon to spawn and the set of grubs. If you're Fisher College, you definitely need to commit to make sure that 6 grubs don't happen, because a Shen comp with 6 grubs can play the map a lot better. Maybe they're looking for a bot lane fight with Brutus here. But this Braum stun comes across. Glacial Fisher looking for the turn here. Are they trying to 2v3 right now?
I think they are, and I think they're succeeding. Sword Blue forced to flash away, but there's Sage Wabe right through with the killer instinct. Finishes off the cow, and Brutus gonna be the next target. He's got to flash away. Rebro doing a good job of returning fire, proving that they cannot dive, not with this Jinx in the way. And meanwhile, Robbie just had a little skirmish with Wayna that he comes out ahead on health on.
Man, you know things are going good when your bottom lane is confident they can 2v3. Obviously, part of that helps when you know Shimmer has Stand United behind to turn it into a 3v3 and give you a big shield. And Sagewabe recognized that, right? Like, you do not killer instinct forward in that manner ahead of 3 people near enemy turret unless you have Shimmer Shen behind you. As we continue to talk about the value this jungle pick gets. But Sagewabe, man, 3-0. He's got a recurve bow and a Kraken Slayer done at 10:30 on the clock. Fisher, you got to go all out to kill this guy over and over again if you want a chance at the upper bracket run.
And it's another cross-map trade here. They took the Grubbies about exactly a minute after they took Dragon to sync up their timers. So they both spawn at the same time, and they will both be traded once again. That's a full 6 Grubs going on over to Gravity. So they're going to be very, very dangerous in their turret-taking ability indeed. But halfway to Seoul, not a bad spot for Fisher either.
Oh, man.
Going to mean a lot more emphasis later. There's a knock-up connected onto Sagewabe. Al Calamity, though, just buying space and says, hey, Sagewabe, he's going to kill Sword Blue way faster than you kill me. You better back off, bro.
Oh, but Shimmer's here as well. Still has to stay united. They might not even need it. Sword Blue does get a good headbutt. Pulverize. Wayno gets the kill in the off the rotate. So Brutus and Wayno do pick off Robbie trying to roam up here. Makes it a 3v3. Shimmer still has to stay united, but he might drop first here. Taking some turret shots. Nearly dies to Bravo. Big heal from Al Calamity. Tries to make space. Doesn't watch Shimmer drop. Al Calamity saves him. And Sagewabe gets the free fire. The bottom lane for Gravity, the difference maker right now in this game 3.
Yeah, Wayna just gets a little tunnel visioned on the big cutoff angle that he has. He goes down, throws down Molten Fisher, throws down Crushing Maw, trying to keep people inside of it, trying to set up for a successful fight with his teammates. But Sagewabe is just plugging away at him the whole time. He loses his whole health bar, and Sagewabe just takes him right down. He's 5-0 now on the Kaisa.
MVP-like performance in a spot Gravity needed it. Cannot say enough about Sagewabe and Al Calamity as well, right? The Braum saves Shimmer right there, has the heal, jumps onto him with Glacial Fisher to buy enough space for Shimmer. Got to give some credit to those supports, even when their AD carries are playing as well as Sagewabe does. And it's starting to really reveal this trend that we will have to track going forward for a Gravity team that wants to be an outside contender for a promotion spot. When they're going to win, it's when their bottom lane looks great and Robbie Bob's doing stuff like this. Easy solo kill onto Wayna with the Emperor's Divide to bring it home.
Absolutely there. One-on-one, mid laner on mid laner. NA reigns supreme as Robbie Bob comes on out with the win there. And Alorum and Bajani going at it down here as well.
I mean, things.
Alorum's just slamming this matchup. I don't know how else to put it. Every time we look down here, he's winning out on trades. Yeah, he's down a little bit of CS, but I mean, he's Scion. What do you want from this guy? He's going to be able to find this kill. The trade of flashes. Bajani's down. A second solo kill to Alorum.
The league fan in me, Gordo, is disappointed. This game 3 has turned into a complete blowout for Gravity, at least as the proverbial TV or lens into Gravity's run. It's good to see that they're this dominating, because dominating may be putting it shortly by this point. They're going to be able to knock down so many turrets. And Gordo, even the one like WinCon that's open for Fisher, right? They have 2 Drakes. They're stacking towards the Chemtech Soul. The value of these grubs and the ability to globally play the map with Shimmer Shen, I just don't think Fisher are ever going to be able to set up for a Dragon, because they're going to have to answer all the side lanes for the rest of this game.
Yeah, we're 2 completed items to 0 for Sagewabe against Brabro,
I mean,
too.
That too, right?
So even if everybody rolls up to the team fight, it's just not going to be successful. That's not a recipe for winning. Here come 3 members for the dive.
Yeah, they're going to dive onto Benjani, but World Ender will not save him. Buying a good amount of space, cease and desist down onto Sagewabe, but does Brutus have enough damage? Doesn't really feel like it. Shimmer fly in, down goes Sagewabe, but here's Robbie Bob, divides the fight, sections out Brutus and Sword Blue, 1v1. Finds the kill onto Brutus initially. Sword Blue soon to fall as well alongside his tier 1 turret. Just when you catch down Sagewabe, a new raid boss emerges in the Robert Bobbert.
Well done, Robbie Bob, coming in there to clean things up. And you can see how long they kept Sagewabe alive there. He's got the shield from the Killer Instinct. He's got the shield from Stand United. All Calamity jumps over, gives him the shield from Guardian. It's so hard to actually take down this squishy Kaisa, even when he throws himself into your team 1 versus 3.
It's just so difficult to get that first kill that Fisher really need to lean into. It's the entire identity of this Vi, and even the Jinx comp, right? Like resets. It's going to be so hard for Fisher to accomplish what their comp has set out to do. And Gravity are unrelenting, looking for these pick plays. Wayna doesn't do enough damage to mess with Alorum, and the tanks get their get back. Alorum on a killing spree, a flawless Scion game, like we all expected from the veteran of NA Tier 3.
Absolutely. It's a bit of a blowout here. Gravity definitely succeeding on every front that they wanted to. Their mega comfort comp from game 2, maybe not producing the results they may have hoped for, but they certainly can return to what they've practiced the most of. Certainly looking like they're going to be able to find success with it, at least up against the likes of Fisher College. Next Dragon spawning here right now would be third for Fisher if they were able to secure it, but they can't. Yeah, Gravity's aware of this. They've committed the resources down here. They've got 4 members, and 4 members should be enough, especially when Alorum has TP.
They got a wave pushing in their top lane that Johnny has to answer, so at the very least he's going to have to teleport in for this. Robbie Bob is getting a bot lane shoved in. There's just too much of the map for Fisher to really contest with right now, and it's not even for Soul, so they're going to have to give this Dragon and look to try and take resources on the back side of it, but Alorum is really shutting down the cross-map ability of Fisher College right now by just being tanky.
Yeah, it looks like they want to try to start a fight with Alorum, but look at Sagewabe and Alcalamity. I mean, they're not afraid of a fight. Maybe they are. Maybe they will let Alorum drop. Shut down to Bajani.
That's where you want it on this Aatrox. The World Ender himself. I don't know about that flash. Maybe Shimmer goes in.
Yeah, now going to be a double knockup. Fisher going on forward. Sagewabe does have a lot of shielding here. Gravity getting this fight started under questionable circumstances. Way not going to be able to find that kill. Robbie Bob now has to back away. What are we doing?
Just really disrespecting Fisher with 5 strong here without their main tank. They don't have the front line to really survive. And the pick comes through. Robbie Bob looking for another one, though, with the Shuriman shuffle onto Wayna. Spiraling Despair down. Sand Soldiers need to get work going because Fisher College, they got the reinforcements coming on the backside. Headbutt pulverized for Sword Blue. Shutdown comes across to Wayna. Alorum gonna fly in with his big crash down with Shimmer. But these are the tanks. Can they get enough damage down onto Barbaro? He gets under his turret and resets. Fisher with the turn. They've got Benjani on the flank teleport. They're looking to level the stakes of this game. Alorum has to flash away Sagewabe under the turret. Severing Bolt finds it. Wayna with the huge triple kill, but Brunos goes far too far under turret. Doesn't matter, he survives. This game has been completely equalized. Fisher will not relent.
Gravity completely lost their minds, Slayer. I don't know what's going on. Alorum goes to take that fight up on the top side. They do not back him up at all. They make the call. Alcalamity and Sagewabe, do not engage. Do not start this fight. We lose it. But now that Alorum is dead, we suddenly feel like we can take it. They dive forward one at a time in situations that they cannot win. Robbie Bob thinks he's got the pick on Owena, but the existence of Spiraling Despair means he cannot fight that one. It's a missed flash taunt from Shimmer to die underneath the turret and give another one over. And like you said, they're right back in the game. The gold's dead even.
And they've got Wayna so far back into this game. This is a 2-item play now with a Seraphs and a ton of range. It's not just gonna be easy to pick off Wayne on the side lanes, you know, forget about him in these fights. No, he's gonna match Robbie Bob's damage and then some. He's ahead of Robbie Bob item-wise now, off of that one fight alone.
Is certainly ahead. And I mean, yeah, it's looking like Wayna now has the kind of relationship to Robbie Bob that Sagewabe has to Barbaro. They have a player that they can play through now in the form of this way. And he can really deal enough to be able to work through a team composition if you're able to give him the proper respect and the proper protection. Giving Barbaro a little bit of extra oomph with the Hui damage to get those potential resets, to get some potential gold, and actually be competitive in team fights later on. I mean, this is the lifeline that Fisher College needed.
And this is what worried us about this Gravity comp, is that in this game, when things were even, we were worried about their ability to threaten these long-range artillery mages, the artillery champions like Barbaro and Wayna. When they got so far ahead, it didn't really matter, right? They could absorb any fight. There wasn't enough damage from this Hui and Jinx to really be anything more than negligent. But now by this point, like if you're Gravity, you have to find a way to get on Wayna, and there aren't a ton of easy tools to do that.
Definitely. So the opportunities becoming limited for actually being able to take fights on the side of Gravity, right? It's not as simple as just pushing your go button and getting these fights started anymore. Well, you had a massive gold lead, maybe it was, but now Wayna is a big threat. Wayna can turn around fights on towards you if you let him. And so you need to actually be able to take intelligent angles. You can't just trust that you'll win the front to back with your massive lead anymore.
No, you can't. So really gonna have to dive deep into the playbook here, see how Gravity want to show their superior macro playing the map by this point. They've got Voracious, no, I had the right one the first time. Ruinous Octagon on the bot side river with a pretty critical dragon spawning as well. So Gravity are going to try and take control of that mid wave, but walking into this river is dangerous with Fisher having better or more reliable go buttons.
Yep. Lorem still winning out on these trades with Bajani, trying to chunk out his health bar a little bit. Brunus looking for a moment to be able to push the go button and get in there. Now you can see the teams are a little split. There's multiple members here for Gravity in the middle, but Shimmer feels the need to bail here, recognizes that if they get the lockdown onto him, it could have too much damage on towards his health bar for them to be able to be successful in the follow-up fight.
Brutus drops the Rift Herald. Oh, great turret from Robbie Bob. So it's going to soak the Rift Herald's viability. And Fisher were trying to use this to take the dragon. Luckily, with the damage they have, they're getting enough space to spike the Azir turret. No steal from Lorem over the wall with the decimating smash.
Like the idea.
Lose the mid turret on the back end, but Doofus look for a fight here. They're starting to corner them.
Yeah, well, it's at least a turret going on over to Gravity, traded over for that dragon. It is soul points, so I think Fisher College are already pretty happy with how this has gone. Shimmer going forward. Doesn't have the taunt, though. We'll just get punted right back out by Sword Blue.
Yeah, that really stings because you didn't even like get a flash off of anybody there. I know Bravo didn't have his flash up yet, but you just burn your flash there, your main engage tool. And again, it's going to be difficult for Gravity to threaten this Jinxer Hui. Now without a flash taunt as a viable way in, gets even harder when you talk about the neutrals that are coming up on this map. Baron is 2 minutes away. Flash will be down for that. We still have this Octagon to fight over. Shimmer will not have the flash for that. If I'm Gravity, I want to see them try and play for these side lanes hard. Really force the issue towards this top side, maybe with Shimmer alongside of Lorem, because either one of them can dive all the way back across the map to join any fight that happens.
Yeah, I very much need to see Sage Wabe have some massive fights here. I'm surprised he's not going for a Zonia's Hourglass like Robbie Bob has. That's really their big lose condition here, is if the lockdown is successful onto one of these carries. That's why Robbie Bob is stopped off at this stasis on his second item. It's going to cost him a little bit of DPS, but it means that that's not really a lose condition that Brunus has access to. He's got to find Sage Wabe, so eyes on Sage Wabe to be able to position and make it so that he doesn't need that stasis.
Gonna be pivotal. Gravity should look to just play the map spread out with all their teleports available on virtually 3 members, right? So their top side all have viable teleports. They're trying to stretch the map out here, take away Fisher College's team fight threat with their go buttons. We'll see how much value they can get out of that. Robbie in a 1v1 versus Benjani still has to be careful. This is a 2-item Aatrox that if you give him a step forward, he can just find that 1v1 win. Fisher are hunting to find a pick on these side lanes. They are not going to let Gravity just split them to death. And the play looks like it's going to be towards the Lorem. This is going to be 1v4 for the time being.
Yeah, Lorem caught out here, can try to walk on away, needs to be able to find himself some space to ulti, but doesn't look like it's going to be there. Here comes the redemption, trying to bail him out from Shimmer. Lorem able to find that little bit away. Can he flash out to safety? Goes for it in the last moment, just barely staying alive. Has the shield to stay standing, and here's the rest of the squad. Robbie Bob gets locked down, doesn't get the stasis as it's not available anymore, but Sage Wabe is able to return fire. Still staying strong on the backside, but Calamity's been melted on down. Shimmer in the next one with a blinking health bar. They are forced back by Fisher College in a 1-for-2 trade.
Sagewabe tried to be the hero. He got a couple autos into Barbro, but he pops the barrier, survives the plasma stacks, and you're starting to see the fear of this gravity comp. Wayna gets so much value out of that Spiraling Despair. Tons of damage dropped through, and Barbro gets the reset on this Jinx that makes it so nobody can really contest him. Gravity are struggling to find their identity of their comp in these fights right now. It's exactly what Fisher was able to do in game 2 to find a win. It's so much more impressive given where we were just 10 minutes ago.
Definitely is. And definitely looking like Fisher College have kind of found their groove here. It's rough for Gravity. They were in such a dominant position, and you can kind of see how it's affected them to have thrown this lead back to such a degree. Feels uncomfortable, and like they need to make some of these big plays like Shimmer going for those flash engages. They aren't always working out, and they might be exposing themselves to greater risk of giving over a massive lead to Fisher.
And there's still flashes on these key carries for Fisher where a flash taunt should ideally result in just a trade of that summoner, right? Shimmer's flash will be up soon. But this is a critical spot on the map to look at, because now we have a rarity where Atakan is on one side of the map and Baron is on the other. The two objectives in League of Legends outside, well, I guess 2 to 3 objectives in League of Legends that you cannot just take on your own and try and burn down if a team's close by. You got to commit so much vision and set up towards it. So I'm really interested to see how these teams want to set up and which one they prioritize. As Wayna is not falling for this death brush. He is wary. This
or is he?
Free.
Or is he?
Comes through, and Wayna's dead. This is a big get here for Gravity. Robbie Bob's going to eat the Sprouting Despair, but there's the man advantage. What does the response look like for Fisher College on the backside? They're going after Alarm again, but Sagewabe and All Calamity are here to cover them with Shimmer Stay United coming through. The numbers are in Gravity's hands, and Sagewabe can start singing his sweet lullaby to try and put Fisher College to sleep. Barbaros goes down. We got Benjani and Barbro trying to kite back with Sword Blue, but they just can't stop Gravity's train chugging down the tracks.
Yeah, Gravity Bob on the cross-country trek down from top lane, makes his way to mid, resets the wave, taking a safe spot, and a safe route, rather, to be able to get himself down to this Otacon to be able to help out the rest of the team. Again, it is some desperation, this time from Fisher. They see their mid laner get picked in top, and they say, we need to do something in the cross map. They launch themselves towards Alorum, but he is way too tanky, and they take a fight that they have no business winning. Sagewabe able to get himself out to safety with the killer instinct and crush the team fight for Gravity.
So the last 2 fights, Gordo, we've seen both compositions accomplish their main goal. Last time, it was Fisher College forcing a fight that they had the go buttons to do, winning it with their range. They played the split map better. That last fight, exact opposite. Robbie Bob and company spread out with Shimmer on one side of the map to get the first pick, but then with that Shen in the jungle, staying united all the way to the other side and gives man advantages in both plays. We've now seen in the last 5 minutes, both ways our comps, Fisher College and Gravity, want to operate to find themselves a win. It's just going to come down to a matter of execution with everything being so close. Gold is marginal, item difference is marginal, summoners are available for virtually everybody. And one fight could really break this game open for either side by this point.
Completely true. An advantage, though, in the map state for Fisher College in that they have 3 dragons. So they can threaten to take this Chemtech Soul. This is one of the dragons with the actual highest win rate now after it got a couple of little buffs. Yep. And it is very, very powerful when you can secure it for yourself. Gives you the opportunities to really be able to fight back from low health bars, which would be valuable for both teams. Yeah, Brubro having to flash there. Big deal. Great flank from Alorum.
Yeah, Alorum comes up with a big flank, and now Shimmer looking to try and create some space in this jungle. Pretty tanky Shen is going to get jumped on, though. Maybe looking for the turn, though. The autos get blocked. They're just going to burn through this health bar. Robbie Bob forces his way into flash over his Sand Soldiers, but Robbie still wins that battle with the lethal tempo. Now the Sword Blue comes in and saves it. Sagewabe able to avoid the first jump on from Benjani. It's got to be Sagewabe to bring all the damage here for Gravity, and he's flashing after Benjani. He smells blood in the water, and he's looking for the fight to win here. No killer instinct. He doesn't want to step up any further.
Sagewabe!
Sword Blue in. in. There's a big shield coming across from Calamity to block all of the damage from Brabro, and Alorum's flashing forward. They bide their time and win it. Gravity, Ace, and Baron on the table.
It looked like he was in a dangerous position. It looked like he had been left behind, but the re-engage is instantly punished from Fisher College. Gravity re-enter the battle. Alorum flashes forward, detonates Soul Furnace, and takes a man down. Excellently played team fight from Gravity. Beautiful from Sage Wabe to stay alive, find opportunities to isolate targets, pump out damage, and bring his team to the Baron's door.
Exactly how you got to play Kaisa at this level. Wait for the engage to come into you, survive, and punish. And Sage Wabe has had a series to remember, a day to remember on this stage now. 2 critical Kaisa games, a nearly flawless Jhin game, been the main carry for Gravity, and him and All Calamity look so powerful when they're on point. This Brahms value cannot be unsung in this matchup as well, blocking all the damage from Brabro. Gravity, they might just escape this one. It wasn't pretty, it wasn't clean, wasn't what they expected in day one. But the power's in their hands now with a significant gold lead. Grubs and Baron. What do you do if you're Fisher College?
Yeah, they need the engage here. Both carries down on the bottom side. They're trying to come in on the flank. They need Brunus to be able to get onto Sage Wabe, but he has got his own Zonias now. He has that safety that I called out Robbie Bob putting so much emphasis on earlier, and now it's hard to make correct decisions on this Vi. Brunus's windows, where he really could lock down a key target and guarantee a fight win, have largely closed. You need to try to find ways to force those tools out otherwise with some picks from Sword Blue or elsewhere. And so far, they are just playing together as a unit so effectively. They're not letting these opportunities come through for Fisher College. Gravity know what they have to do to close out, and they're playing it by the book.
They might go for a pick onto Alorum, but I mean, this is a 3.5 item full tank Scion. And at the late game phase that we're in, Fisher College, to win the game, to win the fight, they have to get Brabro a reset. And like you mentioned, the 2 targets of that initial engage have a stasis and summoners to protect them. I don't see a world where Fisher College get Brabro online for a fight to turn it, because Gravity have just snuffed out all of the options possible. And now they get to reap the rewards of that last fight win. This dragon is a mere formality. Rocky was a bit too late, so we're going full soul distance as well. 6 dragons taken. Nobody has Chemtech soul. And we might not see it in this game the way it's going.
Yeah, might not. And
-1 alone.
3-3. Going the full 7 dragon distance. 3 Chemtech Drakes picked up, though, for the side of Gravity. Definitely feeling a lot more comfortable than they were when they were at risk of giving that one up, and it makes these kind of cross-map decisions now a lot closer. So neither team wants to give up that soul to the other side, but a Baron that could end the game, that's certainly a pretty big prize. So we'll see what the map starts to look like here. They might just try to hard force the Baron at 3 minutes now that they're back and comfortable with their front-to-back team fighting powers. They've got the stasis on both carries. They know that this Vi doesn't pose too much of a threat, and their tanks have scaled up so much that they can't really be worked through in any kind of timely manner.
It feels like it's just too difficult for Fisher College to really play. Now the Gravity are not making any more stakes. We thought they were locked in losing game 2, and they did look in the early game. Got 2 lacks in that mid game, but now they are just laser focused on executing this comp, how it's designed to play. I will say, for the Fisher side, they have bought themselves more time to itemize further. They got the GA done on Brunus, who's going to be the main engage, and still some more damage that could come through for Wayna and Brabro. So, but the fact that they don't have their base broken open yet is a pretty big point. Feels like the last point they can really stand on.
Does feel that way. Need to be able to catch somebody unawares, and need to be able to force Robbie or Sage Wabe into an uncomfortable position to blow resources so that you can get back in there and finish him off later. That's a huge hit on Tuena, though. It alone could have been the go button that they needed. Shimmer separated from the rest of the team, though, stuck inside the base, able to shadow dash back right over. Bajani pops the ultimate, looking to get the fight started. Olorum now going to be the target, but he's in the middle of everybody, and he is just so tanky. The rest of the team going to be able to come over here and back him up in time. Redemption is thrown down to try to heal him back up. Olorum becomes the back line as he falls back behind the rest of his team, but the shielding, it's just too much. Rob is in there, shuffling him back, goes into stasis to keep himself safe. But Brunis looking to finish off the job, knows that the stasis is gone, dives forward on his Shimmer, goes into the Guardian Angel. Sage Wabe underneath the turret, trying to take down Brambro, mano y mano, but Johnny gonna be able to lock him down with the third hit of the Darkened Blade, but it's not enough to stop Sage Wabe. He stays strong. Gravity, all 5 members strong, bust open the base, and they're making a beeline to the Baron.
Oh, the bell rung just before the knockout blow there for Gravity, but they are just too tanky to deal with. Olorum he gets hit by 5 people for nearly 10 seconds and does not fall. It takes every summoner, every stasis out of Gravity. But like you mentioned, they break open that inhibitor, the death timer, there's still 30 seconds before Bajani is up. It's gonna be too hard for Fisher to really contest this Baron. But if they want a shot to win this game in this series, they're gonna have to find a way to, at very least, steal it or fight for it, because this Baron will end the game for Gravity.
I think this is their best chance. 10 seconds to go on Aatrox. He'll be able to TP in, get Bajani involved in the fight. Ultimate is available for Brunis, and Zonias are down for both of the carries.
Either.
You can go for your combo the way that you want to, and this is where you have to do it. This is where you have to pull the trigger. You have to TP over, going over the wall. Not going to be able to get the Baron steal. Brunis is down. Wayna is forced to flee. Sword Blue going to try to back him up. Wabe over the wall. Cut him down. It's about to be another Bravo firing over the wall. Look at that shield. Look at that shield. It's just ridiculous. They keep buffing it, and as long as they do, Shimmer will keep picking it, keeping Sage Wabe alive, finding themselves another fight win, marching into the base and looking to lock themselves down a spot in the winner's bracket day 3.
Fisher College pushed them to the brink, but that's just where Gravity found their elements. It was a bloody best of 3, but Sage Wabe just put the entire qualifier on notice with these Kaisa games. Expert marksman play there. The positioning was so amazing. And now you see why Gravity are so committed to drafting Shimmer on a tank in the jungle, drafting an Olorum tank top lane, and a tank engaged support. Because Gravity believe in their carries, believe in Robbie Bob and Sage Wabe, and they showed why in this game that they completely tried to throw away and then rescue through their mainstay carries.
Yeah, I mean, Sage Wabe is the player of the day. I mean, there's no other way to put it. This guy, it's like this every game. He can't keep getting away with it, but at least through the first 2 rounds of the NACL Open Qualifier, it would appear that he can, as he just has so many good games to look at over the course of the day, and he is going to be the centerpiece of this team. This is how they want to be able to play League of Legends, and this is how they're going to try to qualify for the NACL. Picking compositions like this, keeping Sage Wabe and Robbie Bob safe, and trusting that they will be able to execute when it comes time for these big team fights.
Exactly. And now we move forward. I don't know if we have the results of the other series here, but we now know that Gravity, they get to take Sunday off. So I believe on the, I would hope we're still running the Aegis stream tomorrow to watch somebody. Maybe we won't.
We'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out. We'll watch somebody. We won't be watching Gravity tomorrow. Because
they're going to play either Dog Fans or Grandview University in round 3. I'm going to bet Dog Fans. Not to hate on Grandview at all here, but I think that Dog Fans roster, they got something going for them there. That's the Barrack, King Clueless, like Amaz, Nightstar, Protoss team.
Oh yeah.
I think that team is quite good. They're on my dark horse list. Yeah. That will be an awesome game to check out on day number 3.
Yeah, that would be.
Maybe Grandview University does it though.
We'll have to see. But that is their matchup. It won't be until all the way until next week. So now we can, look retroactively back at this entire day. Obviously, the game 5 you see in front of you, but Gordo, definitely a day where Gravity, I think it's their most productive day in the sense that we saw these young guns, these like not necessarily qualifier rookies, but newer names, established in the last qualifiers mostly, like Sage Wabe and Al Calamity are my main points here. How they fit with the rest of Gravity's comp. Sage Wabe obviously has the big day, but there also is a lot for Gravity to take away to learn, because if they do play the way they did, especially against Fisher, they will not be able to grab an NACL spot. There's more to clean up for if you are Gravity, hoping to make it all the way.
Absolutely. Great games here from Gravity across the board. Really impressive stuff from them today. Fisher College showing us some real good stuff as well for what they have going for them, both in the CLOL scene and then going into that lower bracket. I mean, they're a force to be reckoned with there. You got to give them the respect that they deserve if you end up having to face them tomorrow or anywhere further in the lower bracket, as I think they will be one of the favorite teams to be able to win out in a lower bracket matchup, as they'll play against somebody who lost in round one.
Yeah, they certainly are going to be a team that you don't really want to match up with in the lower bracket. But end of the day, Gravity get the 2-0 in the series, wins. Took a bit more than maybe some were expecting, but they move on to the C level of the bracket, the third stage of the upper bracket. We'll see them next week. For myself and Gordo, we will be back here tomorrow alongside our awesome producer, Ice Fire Ride. So shout out to my guy back there, getting on the manual observing while producing. That's a flex that not enough people have out there on some of the streams you're watching, just saying. But we will be back as a collective group tomorrow to get a look at that lower bracket where elimination is what really heightens every single one of those matchups. So same time tomorrow, we'll be back here on the HC Sports GG channel. Until then, take care, enjoy the qualifiers, because they're just kicking off. We got a whole road ahead of us, and we'll be here all March long. We'll see you next time.